Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the now Watkins Glen 3-hour race. Unfortunately, due to some last-minute changes, this race will actually now no longer be a 5-hour event. It will actually be a 3-hour event, just to some scheduling issues and for some background reasonings as well. I'm your commentator, Hamish Munro, here today. Unfortunately, not joined by my broadcast colleague, Jack Anderson, for the entire broadcast, as he's having to be in the race control booth here today for us here at SIMSA. But nonetheless, the show must go on and we want to continue racing. So what is happening is we are currently waiting for a new session to go live. So then, because we were in the 5-hour session, and then it was decided collectively between all the drivers and also the races at all the races and the race control and the organisers that we're actually just going to change it to a 5-hour session, to a 3-hour session from a 5-hour session. So that is currently what is happening at the moment. So that's the reason why we're on the graphic screen right now, and that's the reason why there's no actual on-track action currently on screen. So if you bear with me for a couple of moments, we'll get all this loaded up, we'll get everything ready to go, and then we'll be ready to go racing here at Watkins Glen now for 3 hours instead of 5. So if you are watching though, and you are new to the Infinity Broadcasting channel and new to SIMSA, please, if you can, and if you enjoy what you see here today, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell so you're notified every time we go racing every single month for a SIMSA event here on iRacing. If you also want to be able to get involved in the series as well, then you can join our Discord server. I'll be putting a link into the chat throughout the broadcast today where you can join the server. You can get in contact with either me or Jack, and we'll try and get you signed up and into the series as well. So we'll be awaiting the drivers to join the session. We'll then get ready to do qualifying, and then we'll be getting ready to go racing for 3 hours here today around Watkins Glen. It's a very famous circuit, 5.55 kilometers. We are running the full circuit here today, so we have got the boot. We have the twists and turns that come in throughout this Watkins Glen circuit, as well as, I hope you brought your Myki, because we also have the bus stop as well. So we're going to be in for some hot, fast action here today. It's a slightly shorter race than what we were initially hoping for, but nonetheless, we still want to be able to go racing. When we were in the session, we had 4 GTPs signed up, so we have got some good numbers for GTPs once again, after unfortunately only having 2 out at Laguna Seca last time out. And then we currently have about 6 or so GTDs. So hopefully all of them can sign back up. Hopefully we can get going racing once again here for SIMSA, here for Watkins Glen, because it's due to be a really, really fun race, and it's due to be a really, really fun time for these drivers around such a tough circuit. Of course, last weekend was the official Watkins Glen 6-hour, so these drivers should have plenty of practice if they run the official, and then they're running this event this weekend. So we're now using what is half the normal length of a Watkins Glen IMSA race, but we will be getting ready to go racing, and we'll be getting ready to go driving as well. So there's about a 15-minute practice session. We're waiting for drivers to join that session as well. And then we'll be getting ready to go once again. So if there's any questions you have about today's race, or if there's any questions you have about the broadcast or about the series, then please get into the chat. Ask me, why you're watching today. Let me know. It doesn't even have to be racing related. If there's any questions at all that you want to ask, be sure to get into that chat, get talking, get involved in the series in some way, because I love getting that back and forth from the chat. It's a really, really good thing to have, and it's a really, really nice sort of positive thing to have going while you are racing. So, or while you're broadcasting as well. So, we're going to be in for some great action, waiting until the end of practice. So that might actually be low in qualifying at the moment. So hopefully we can actually get everyone in there, everyone qualified, and everyone ready to go. What we might do is, though, we will move over to the actual screen so we can see some on-track action. So we have got a couple of drivers out there. I'm just trying to also get the overlays all sorted, so then we have those ready to go. So then we can get you as much info as possible throughout today's race, so then you're not left in the dark at any point. So we'll try and get everything sorted. I know it's all last minute, and we hate that we have it this last minute, but we want to be able to try and go racing, and give everyone a good show and you know, just have a fun time with it. So I'm very, very passionate about this series. This series is incredibly fun to broadcast, it's incredibly fun to watch, and the driving is excellent. There's some absolutely immaculate drivers out there, all vying to do their best and to be the one pretty much, be the one to, or well, two because there's multiple drivers in each car, but be the ones who want to be better than the rest pretty much. I also just wanted to take a quick moment as well, just to give condolences to all of us here in broadcasting for the 5 people who lost their lives in the recent Titan submarine incident when they went to the Titanic. So our condolences and our thoughts are with the families, friends, and of course the people who were victim to that incident. So we hope that they can all survive, or not survive, but hopefully their memory can live on, and hopefully their families can feel better in a short period of time. And hopefully they can deal with those feelings that they are currently going through. But regardless, we're getting ready to go racing. We're in qualifying at the moment. We've got a couple of minutes left of qualifying for these drivers to do their final lap times. We will try and get the overlays up on screen so then we have all the info that is possible, all the info that we need to go racing here today around Watkins Glen. And it's going to be an exciting one for sure. I mean, Laguna Seca made for some great racing in the GTD field, of course. And, you know, the racing has been absolutely excellent. It's been great to see people showing up. We have got our regular players showing up every single month, so it's fantastic to see. It'd be great to see more and more people show up more regularly. I know now between this race and between Petite Sim on November 4th, they're all Grand Prix races, so they're all 2 hour and 40 minutes. So they're all a bit shorter, they're a bit easier to fit into your day. So hopefully we can see the numbers pop up a little bit for those Grand Prix as Bailey Sweeney just pulls up the car after finishing his qualifying run. So hopefully we can get more and more people involved, and we can try and get as many people on track as possible. But we will have to wait and or see to see if that can come into fruition for us. But nonetheless, we will await the end of qualifying. As I'm just going to get a new graphic on screen just to see if this can actually fix what we're going through at the moment. But we will wait and see. So, a big day of racing ahead. Massive implications in terms of championship. 3 hours now of racing around Watkins Glen. And it's only going to lead to some enticing and incredible action throughout the field. 4 GTP cars in the field today. 6 GTD. So obviously not the level of GTD entries that we're used to. But we still have cars out there to go racing and to put on some incredible action. So we'll try and get everything set up and ready to go. Have it all set up how we want it. And then we can get ready to go racing. Great to have everyone in the viewing today's stream as well. Remember, if you want to get involved, get into the chat. Have a chat to me here today throughout the broadcast. Of course, it has now changed. We are not running a 5-hour race anymore. It will now be a 3-hour race due to lack of entry numbers. And it was also decided between the drivers and the organisers as well that we would actually run this a little bit shorter today. Obviously, we wanted to try and get as many numbers as we could signed up for the race, but it doesn't always happen. So, but we will wait to go racing. The current lay of the land in terms of qualifying. 2 GTPs have been able to set lap times in qualifying. Lockhart Brownlee has set the pole lap time at the moment with a 128.19, and Jai Schultz, who's now moved, LCR have now moved from the Fez in the GTD class up to the GTP. They're running the BMW this weekend, but they should be in the Caddy next time by when they do join a race once again. So, a minute 29.98 is the lap time he's done for P2 at the moment. Greg Barber and Ben Keat have done lap times for GTD. 1 minute 45.20 for Greg. Ben Keat, 1 minute 45.97. So, the times are there. they're quite close, but we will await all the drivers to grid up to get ready to go racing and have an absolute blast here today around Watkins Glen. We hope that we can get the graphics up on screen so then we can get all the info that we possibly can for all of the lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, wherever you may be watching from. So we'll try and get it all sorted, and then some exciting action to come around Watkins Glen. So just currently waiting for the cars to grid up. So qualifying has finished. We await the drivers to get onto the grid to go racing for round 5 here of SIMSA 2023. So once everyone is on the grid, we will be ready to go. Some of the drivers might be taking their time deciding who's going to do the first stint here today in this 3-hour event, deciding, what the game plan might be now with the change of time span for the race, and obviously changing from 5 hours to 3 hours. It can somewhat shuffle up what your plans might have been, because there might have been someone who was going to do the last 2 hours. Now they have to drive a bit earlier to get to that fair share mark. So it's really going to change the game a little bit in terms of who drives what, when they drive, and when they're ready to go. I'm just making sure we are live still in the race. We should be. I don't know why we wouldn't be. Just trying to double check everything. I might have to just double check that we're actually all good on an iRacing front. I don't know why it's paused. It's because the server's incorrect, unfortunately. So, very good. I've just realized I might have actually joined the old server, unfortunately. So I'm just going to try and fix this, make sure that we're in the correct one, and then we can go racing. I don't know why I did that for. That's an absolute brain fart. So we'll try and get all this sorted, ladies and gentlemen. So we are ready to go racing around Watkins Glen. I might just quickly go and double check with the race controllers just what the go is just for a moment. Just have a quick question, Jack, about the new server. We are live right now. So is it in the... It's in the league, isn't it, to join the new server? Yep. So race length as 3, very good. Yep, okay. Yeah, because I think... So I'm just going to, because I haven't actually, because we're on the other screen at the moment, I might just add a sound thing for Discord. So then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go quiet. I just realized I don't have an audio output for Discord. I'm glad I don't have a sound output for Discord then, Jordan, because you just said that. There is now a sound output for Discord, so watch your language, please. So we're just going to try and get it all sorted, get into the new server. I assume qualifying is happening at the moment. Is that correct?
Not yet.
Okay.
I made it so there's a 15 minute practice session for everyone to get into.
Yep.
Currently, a minute and a half left of that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Well, that eases my worries then, because I was worried that why would you do that on the stream? You're gonna scare the people at home watching right now. So,
Bloody scared.
Hey, I'm
Jai,
trying to keep people on the edge of their seats in the race.
Jai also commented on the stream that LCR are back in its caddy as they are in the new server, so that's good as well.
Nice.
So we will get into the new session, and
I'm also not sure if you've seen, but I've rescinded the drive-throughs because everyone has corrected their numbers.
Okay, very good. So we will get into the new server, and then we'll get ready to go. I might leave you boys to do your race control, and I'll talk to you throughout the race to see how we're going. Probably about the midway point, I might drag you in here, Jackos, just to have a bit of a chat, or into the broadcast booth, I should say.
Just give me a heads up before you do.
Yeah, I will. I'll send you a message. All right, but good luck with that, and I look forward to seeing the race. All right, so we are now back in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. I have got one of my surprise guests for today. He is a person who has a lot of history in racing and a real heavy input in the reason why I do this. It is my father, Will Munro. I will drag him in. Hello, William. You are live on the broadcast. I'll just give you a little bit of backstory about how, if not for you, I wouldn't actually be broadcasting. So you are the reason why I'm doing this, aren't you?
Yeah, 100%.
So
Yeah.
just to give the backstory, Dad actually got me to do the Vets broadcast with Split 2, and that's now snowballed into me running SIMSA and doing SIMSA as a broadcast as well. So, you know, kind of apropos that you're here to have a chat today as well, just also helping me out so I don't get absolutely bored chatting to myself all day.
Hey, do you remember where it all started?
Where it all started, what, in terms of broadcasting or in terms of racing? Broadcasting,
Yeah, so it all started for you when you were in high school and you went into community radio.
Yeah, it was. So now we are really getting into the backstory. So yeah. So community radio, which I've mentioned a couple times on broadcast. So that kind of all led to me getting experience and then being a viable option for me to actually be a broadcaster for iRacing. So, but yeah. So if it wasn't for those sorts of outlets, I probably wouldn't be doing this. If it also wasn't for my love of racing, I wouldn't be doing this either. So. There's a whole heap of reasons why this is happening and why we're broadcasting. But obviously you have a long racing history. You also have a long history of upgrading your rig a lot since you started on iRacing. But it's just to try and get the best gear you can. And that's kind of one of the things that is, that's a real major thing in iRacing is, you know, drivers upgrading their rig, upgrading their equipment to try and get faster and faster, because obviously the best gear that you can have possible is only going to help you in the long run, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look, there is a natural driver out there that'll be fast no matter what their gear they've got. You know, but they will also always be faster, best gear that they can get. But it's not only just about buying the best gear; it's also dialing it in. You know, and you know that I spend quite a few hours a week dialing my steering and my pedals into each track. And then there's also dialing it FOV, seating position of the car and camera angles and all that sort of all make.
Well, I mean, it's not even it's also dialing it in for your driving style as well, because everyone has their own specific style and how they drive. And obviously, you drive based on how you drive a supercar. So, like, whenever you drive a GT, for example, you have to try and change your driving style to suit a GT car because you try and drive it like a supercar. But then there's others who kind of have an overall style of driving that they just drive anything and their style works for them, but it might not necessarily work for the next person either.
100%. And you know how much I love getting in the GT car because I find I adapt better to that car. but I really enjoy challenges.
Yeah, I mean the supercar is a challenge in its own right, and hopefully when they have got the new build of the Gen 3 car comes in, it is a little bit easier to drive. Since it kind of, it's a rolling shell pretty much. Both cars, there's a lot of parity. They're very similar, but the new supercars, they're a little bit like a tiny GT car, a little bit, just kind of without the aero. So hopefully they can kind of get those similarities correct, and they can actually get the car to handle how the actual car does handle. But yeah, I think dialing in your rig, getting good quality equipment is one thing that can help a driver gain so much speed over the course of their sim racing career. I mean, obviously we know our teammate James, he still runs a Logitech like G920 or something, so he's still driving with a gear driven wheel, and he's incredibly quick, and I can only imagine how fast he would be if he had, well, probably just your whole rig. I mean, you reckon he would be well in split one if he had that sort of gear?
Hey, stop giving his right, but we really don't too much. But yeah, no, 100%. He's already not or a split one in vets, and I'm sure, yep, he's steering.
Did you actually go and answer the door when Jack did the knock sound?
I certainly thought about it, yeah, 100%. I'm like, is that my door knocking?
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, you know me.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, look, going back to the gear, like, I started with some basic sort of pedals with the load cell and the Mecha pedals, which they were great, outdated BJ pedals.
Yep.
Just a hydraulic set of pedals, and every time I upgraded those pedals, I went and found a little bit of consistency, found trail braking better and so forth. And then I went to the sim coaches, which I think, obviously, I didn't know finish. They are definitely number one.
You are just quietly here, just remember, you are actually breaking up just a little bit, so I don't know if it's because your mic's moving or something, or because of your sound suppression.
Not sure. Trying that. Is any better?
I'm not sure. You kind of need to talk for a minute, just double check. But yeah, I mean,
okay.
I guess the beauty of you being able to sort of trial through a whole heap of different kit, you get to pick and choose which is actually your favorite. I mean, those Huskenveld pedals, they are immaculate, and obviously I want my own set. The BJs are still good as well, but again, it's about, like, these drivers are doing, they can't really upgrade their car that they're driving, but they can upgrade the gear that they're using to drive the car to make it even more realistic, or to even just give them a whole lot more feel across the board in terms of how they can control the car and how they can drive it and how much of a limit they can drive it to as well.
Yeah, that's right. And I know with the sim coach, the brake pedal on the sim coach, so good, really well. I found the accelerator was obviously better than the BJ, but it still maybe just lacked a little bit. But then I wasn't running it through their software, I was running it through the SimCube. I just found it was a little easier to control the wheel spin with the SimCube. So I think the SimCube actually dulled the accelerator down. Now I've got the Huskenveld Ultimates and I'm running through Huskenveld soft. They are just, you can see I found a little bit more speed again, but more so consistent, more that consistency.
Yeah,
Race.
like the brake pedal alone is super consistent in terms of the pressure that can be applied. Kyle's in the chat as well. Hello, Kyle. Great to have you in the chat. Fantastic. But yeah, I mean, like that brake pedal, the amount of freedom that you have and consistency for the brake pressure is immense, and it can help with your consistency as a whole. The comparison to the BJs, for example, I have to bury my foot into that brake pedal every time I want to brake. Where the Huskenveld, I can just touch it and it's pretty much right there. I can just, it doesn't take me forcing my foot through the floor to get the car to stop and risk locking up a front wheel or two.
But it's the whole package. It's the software along with the pedal. I've actually just received a set of MRP oil springs for the brake out of New Zealand, and I'm just playing with those at the moment. People say they're more consistent again. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I am getting some consistency now. I'm just not 100% sure pushing it. The standard heavy rubbers that come in an Ultimate Huskenvelds. But that's something certainly that I'm working on over the weekend. and I am making a little bit of ground. But yeah, it's probably the software is probably what makes them so good.
I mean, and those are those little things that you can improve on your stuff. I mean, I bet Anthony in the chat as well, Mr. Munrose. Hope all is well. But yeah, I mean, it's even that there's little things like you can buy a whole pedal set, but there's little things that you can change to make them even better or to make them suit your style even better as well. And it's, as you mentioned, it's kind of toning it in and getting it as good as what you want to be able to, just get that little bit extra out of the kit that you have. I mean, there's not much really you can do with a direct drive wheel apart from your wheel itself that goes onto the base. I mean, whether you have more buttons or more dials to get into or built-in dash or something like that, so you have more info. But it's like, the pedals and then certain other things, like if you have a stream deck and you can then set up buttons to have a certain pit strategy or to change your tires. I mean, these are all little things that can make your life so much easier in sim racing, but also make you so much quicker as well because you're not having to think about too much stuff while you're driving.
Well, what I'm actually going to do is I am actually going to open drive software, which is sim software, because there's not a lot you can do. There is actually quite a bit. So in the basic setting, this is where it dialing it in for each track. Because depending how tight the turns are or how slow or how fast the turns are, actual rotation of the wheel, for me anyway, so I'm not saying that steering range is, everyone finds it a change, and I judge it by my lap time. So I adjusted it 20 degrees or 100 degrees or 150 degrees. What happened to my lap time? How easy are the cars to drive? Did I put oversteer into the car, or did I put less oversteer or more understeer, or how did it affect the car? And that's kind of where I say about dialing in for each track. So initially I'll go in for a practice session. I'll do 10 laps to see how a car felt. If I felt quite good and there was still room for improvement, I could do another. But then if I think, oh, well, it was doing that, I'll go and change something and just see. And so what I've started doing is building profiles for each track. And that's great. Build a profile for the brake as well. Put curves in for the accelerator or the brake. Clutch stays pretty much the same. Yeah, and that's how I'm finding consistency and speed. Now, I'm way from being the fastest person, vets at all, even the fastest in split 2. I'm running midfield the whole thing, but I'm getting better.
I mean, not just like, it's kind of like when real racing teams have setups that already done for tracks, or they have a baseline that they go to a track with and then they just tweak it sort of as they're there on the weekend, getting used to the conditions and getting used to what actually might be changing about the track, whether it's how much rubber's down or maybe they've done a resurface or something like that, or maybe the car's just slightly different due to the weather. So, it's good to have those little baselines on your pedals or on your wheel ready to go for a track where then you only have to adjust it slightly instead of having to adjust it all the way every time you go to a new surface.
Yeah, and that unless you're racing, even if you're racing a HQ where you are locked in with your setup of suspension and your engine and all that sort of stuff, there's still little things that you might tweak. You might take a little bit of extra toe out or a little bit of extra toe in, depending on which track you're going. Little things like that. You might have a different brand of brake pad or brake shoe that you use and to give you a different brake application at a certain track and height. But then you go into something a little bit more open where, like the supercar, they would have a shocker spring set up. Might be only slight tweaks. It might even be the same for some tracks. But at some point, they would be changing that stuff. Obviously, they get to the track, and then, like I said, they were doing tweaks.
Well, I mean, like, I know with like, not even just setup, like, with the prototypes, for example, there's so much juggling that you have to do while driving that car. You have to get your hybrid output correct. You have to drive on the absolute limit to get as much grip as you can out of that car. The GTs, you don't really have to drive on the limit that much to get as much out of the car. But
how are they doing those changes to those hybrids as they drive?
So it's on a depending on the wheel you have, it's in the black box. I'm pretty sure is how you actually change your
Okay,
hybrid output. So if you actually have a dial on your wheel, you can then just adjust. You can set it so it actually adjusts that setting in your black box.
Yeah.
So they could be. You get, I believe it's 3 input changes per lap. So
Okay.
if you're running on a medium output, you could change to overtake someone and then change back, but you can't change it again over the rest of the lap once you do that. So it's about balancing, and because you only have so much hybrid over the course of a lap and over the course of a race, you need to be able to sort of not protect it, but kind of like keep it in check and make sure you're not actually using it too much, and kind of keeping it on hand in case you need it, because sometimes you need to just go full out attack to get to the next portion of, or to get through the rest of the race, or you might need it to gain some time on a car ahead or a car behind as well. So, these are all they're the little nuances that you have to try and balance throughout the whole race to make sure that you can stay up the front. Obviously, the aim of the game is to stay clean. It's a long race, 3-hour race. You got to be able to stay clean and keep it out of the wall. I mean, we know what could have happened with our car at Bathurst if I hadn't have binned it so many times. But these are the things with endurance racing. The aim of the game is to keep it clean and to finish the race, because to finish first, you first have to finish.
So what else are these guys adjusting in the LMPs while they're doing a lap of what?
Well, the GTP. So if you can adjust your hybrid. So whether you're adjusting your hybrid output in the GTP is up to the driver and up to the car, obviously. They could also be adjusting their brake bias depending on how much they want to really get into it. It's the same deal for the GTs. They could be adjusting their brake bias. There's not really much more you can actually do in the car while you're on a lap. Someone can get into the chat and let me know. I don't even think there's actually a roll bar adjustment for in the car while you're actually driving. I believe that's an out car adjustment that you can only make on the setup. But I could be wrong on that one as well. I know on the supercar that it has the in-car adjustment for roll bars, but I'm not 100% sure on the GTs and the GTPs. But yeah, it's mainly that hybrid deployment. I don't even think they can actually change engine mapping while they're driving. So it's all about realistically mastering your hybrid deployment and also keeping your laps as clean as possible, because those are the sort of, obviously you have your driving adjustments where you change how you drive the car depending if you have damage or depending on the conditions. But in terms of in-car, I'm pretty sure it's only the hybrid deployment that they can change in the GTP.
And what's their average lap time in one of those around here?
So the lap times that they've done in qualifying were 28s to 30s.
Okay.
So it's about a minute and a half. You then give or take about 15 seconds to 30 seconds, depending on the lap length, for a GT car. So these guys should probably be lapping the GTs, I want to say every 10 laps or so.
I wonder how many times they're changing their brake bias. It's a lot to do around a small track.
It's up to the driver. I mean, you can get away with just not changing it and just having a baseline brake bias that you like set. What the GTs normally can actually do is they'll adjust it as they lose fuel to rebalance the car. So that's one thing that they'll attempt to do whilst they are driving around. Half the time I don't really bother unless I feel myself locking up a little bit in the car, and I'm like, right, we just need to dial that back a little bit because we've lost a bit of fuel.
Welcome everyone to
as
the
we
Watkins
have got
Glen round for SIMSA.
the race
Hope
control
you all
Jack
have a good
Anderson
race.
over the radio.
Apologies for the mess around.
I might just have
Yeah.
to quickly get on here and change that so we can't hear
Obviously,
it.
we're going to have safety cars for...
There we go, just fix that.
Yeah, it was interesting in a session the other day. We got a new driver in New Zealand, Panic, and Bruce is going into turn 1 in his V8, 2.5%, and then for the rest of 50% brake bias, and it's a lot to adjust down and up. Even though you're only doing it once or twice, it's a lot to do 2.5% dial on you.
Oh yeah, I mean, unless your dial has increments of 1% or 1.5%, it's an incredibly, because you're twisting it. I mean, unless he has thumb dials, which is a little bit easier because you just do a couple of clicks, and if it's at a half increment, then it's fine.
Yeah.
but it is a lot if it's at singular decimal place increments to
Absolutely.
change. So it's it's quite hard, but you know, some people have got it down pat, and as I said, there's some really really good wheels out there which offer the thumb dials. I mean, I know SimMagic have their sort of prototype slash F1 style wheel where that is on offer. And then I know that like Precision Sim Engineering obviously have their LMX Pro as well, which is very similar too. So there's a whole heap of different options out there in terms of Grand Prix or prototype style wheels with those a whole heap of buttons for adjustments. And it's all about, you know, as we mentioned, upgrading your rig and upgrading your equipment to try and get the most out of it when you are driving.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so who's your pick for today, Haim?
Well, the easy answer would be Drop Bear in the GTP because they have got 2 entries out there.
Okay, yeah.
And they have been quite dominant. So I think one of those 2 cars are going to be incredibly tough to beat. Hopefully the overlays actually decide to work.
Do you see these guys working well together?
Yeah, they'll work well to build the gap and to try and get ahead of everyone else. Very good. The overlays do work. I don't know why that other class in GTD. I'm just going to adjust that so we have it correct. I'd say for GTD, again, Drop Bear, they've been incredibly dominant. They are a really, really strong outfit in terms of the drivers and in terms of how dominant they've been throughout the season. So I think it's really just going to come down to how well they can, you know, mitigate their mistakes and how clean they can be. They are incredibly clean drivers and they are incredibly quick as well. That whole team is full of, you know, drivers who are, you know, really, really good and really, really fast as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. I still don't know why that Evolution car's... Oh, that's why. It's changed.
And I'm hoping because of their name, they're actually an Aussie team, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So actually, that's the team that originally Jack and Kyle actually started.
Okay, yeah.
And then they gave it to somebody else. So yeah, so they are Australian based.
Yeah. And are they mainly just obviously competing in this sort of racing?
Oh yeah, yes,
racing? League
yes.
racing?
So they do league racing. So they do a lot of sports car racing, and I think they even have a couple of supercars drivers as well. So Daniel Gaiman, who actually does broadcasting for SimSpeed, he actually runs the team as well, and he races for them.
I'm just looking at the cars. Do they have many sponsors? Oh.
Yeah, they do. They actually have each of their cars actually have a different sponsor on them.
Yeah, okay.
Real quick, so I'm just fixing this just quickly. That hasn't fixed it. I don't know why. I'm not sure why that Evolution racing car has changed. Shouldn't have. I'll try and get this sorted. Yeah, but they have sponsors like Beyond Blue, SBM, Nkosi, HRS. So we are getting ready to go racing now. Nice and early. The big talking point was the CXR car has now moved up into the GTD class as well as the LCR entry as well. So and Brownlee will lead the way for Drop Bear. As these guys come up the hill, let's just go back to see the GT3s. They have started. I'm not sure why this Evolution racing car is not in the GTD class car. So in amongst them, but these guys are now going to get ready to go racing for the rest of the day. Drop Bear have got quite a few different sponsors on board with them and with their cars, so they are all very, very fast drivers, and they have quite a fair few sponsors for them. They also now have bowling. They're quite a big outfit in terms of Australian iRacing.
Build a gap already, haven't they?
Oh, these GTPs, they build a gap incredibly quick.
Yeah.
They are something else. Go on there and check the other driver so I can change who they are. It's going to take me all but a second, so I'm just going to press up just very quickly so it's fixed. Daniel Benefield, our regular race controller, leads the way right now for Drop Bear Motorsport SBM, just ahead of his teammate in DBM Brown. Velix Racing have actually now changed. They've actually merged with Drop Bear, so they are actually now part of the Drop Bear family. Stefan McCartan has made his way up into P3, just past Chris Tomlin in the LCR. GTDs. 1.5 laps in, 2.5 laps. Very special. There it is.
Porsche's certainly favoured here, isn't it?
Yes, and the brand new Porsche obviously came out in this last iRacing build. To the new Porsche, of course, whenever there is a new car added into iRacing, there is a little bit of favoritism in terms of the build and how it can feel before they kind of fine-tune it and bring it back. Entice people to purchase the new car. But yeah, there is a real big influx of the brand new Porsche as well as the Cadillac as well. All four of the GTPs out on track at the moment, running in the brand new Cadillac GTP car as well.
So was a Cadillac superior to the existing cars that were there before?
Well, the only car that's there at the moment is actually the they're roughly about the same, but the Cadillac has seen a lot more favoritism over the BMW. The Cadillac is actually very easy to drive. It is easy compared to the Beamer. It's really, really comfortable, but I think once they they'll level them both out eventually. I mean, there's a lot of rumours that they'll get even more GTPs into the sim. A lot of rumours about Porsche or even the Acura as well, because there is a working relationship with iRacing and IMSA, so they're getting a lot of those IMSA GTP cars in. Josh Schultz saying the Caddy just sounds better as well. It does. It sounds absolutely incredible, that massive V8 in the rear end.
I've got to say
that
though,
car.
I never thought about Cadillac building race cars. They were always built big family luxury cars.
I mean,
When I heard they were coming, you should send the mental picture I had.
I mean, they've been in IMSA for quite a few years now, and they do a couple of WEC events. I mean, there is also, I believe, an actual WEC Cadillac team as well. But yeah, they've kind of come onto the scene and they've just been super dominant since they've come in. And then kind of on the flip side, so like obviously they're kind of dominating IMSA. Well, the new dominant force in WEC at the moment is Ferrari, which we're not likely to see the Ferrari come into iRacing because it is a WEC prototype, it's not an IMSA prototype. So WEC making their own racing game in the next, I think they actually had a test version of it at Le Mans for people to try out. So yeah, so unfortunately we won't see the Ferrari on the side that comes into IMSA. No, there's still a lot of good cars out there that could come in, and a lot of good options as well for prototypes. So
I can see what they'd be drawing off being part of the GM family. You know, I mean, GLS engine family is amazing engine teams, so you can see what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, I mean, they are kind of representing, because without there won't be, I believe, Corvette pulling out of the GT3 field as well next year, so there won't actually be a GM representative other than the Cadillac in the GT3 class. So it's a little bit of a shame because I actually really like that Corvette, but it's okay because there's still options for more and more cars to get out there and to get racing as well. So we just have to wait and see if any other teams come into GT3 or even into GTP/LMBH. But it's also sad because there won't be GTE anymore in WEC, so it means no more Corvette there either. So they're pretty much pulling the pin in their racing program at this stage.
Did I read that they were dropping the Corvette from actually their production?
I believe they are. So I believe they're not actually making a Corvette anymore either.
Yeah.
Which is a real shame. It's kind of
Absolutely. It's been around since the 50s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that's obviously what take them out of the racing as well. Not
Yeah. So I think it might be GM's way of kind of leaning more towards a hybrid or kind of sustaining cars and stuff like that. I don't even like even with the cancellation of the Camaro now, no more Corvette. They haven't really got a major V8 engine car apart from maybe the Silverado that they'll be selling anymore, and even then they're probably going to go the route of what Ford did and have an electric truck/ute available, similar to what the Raptor Ranger is looking like becoming now. So bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But that just happens. Jai said the Vet will still be in just as a custom car, not a factory team. Okay, so it's just they won't be running a factory Corvette team, but you can run a Corvette GT3 car. If you were to run a GT3 team or a GTD team, you can still run the Corvette, but there just won't be a factory Corvette team.
okay. Yeah, I wonder if they'll get a factory support in sort of, making those cars better and developing them.
No, I think because there's no factory team, there won't be factory support in terms of development. It'll be up to the team to develop the car themselves, I think. I think the engine, though, should come down to the actual manufacturer as well, though. That should still be a Chevrolet engine that is developed by Chevrolet in coordination with the actual GT team itself.
Interesting, isn't it?
It
I wonder
is.
how that's going to affect Gen 3 in Australia.
Well, I know they did say for the Camaro that they would be looking at different options, I believe, because it was 2025, I believe they said the Camaro would be out of production. And obviously they had committed to supercars, I think, for 2 years after that. So by that stage, because obviously there's now the electric Mustang as well, so there'll probably be another car type they'll have to go for. It might end up just being that it'll be like the early 90s, late 80s sort of touring car style, where it will be like, you know, maybe Beamers and Mercedes and other car types in there. I remember Walkinshaw years ago were looking at the BMW as an option for a supercar. Look at this, 7 laps in, less than 10 minutes. I was actually almost making that one. Already lapped the whole of the GTD field. So yeah, these cars are a whole lot quicker than the GTDs. But as mentioned, I'm just going to try and keep it clean mistakes to a minimum to get home and get to that checkered flag. Yeah, I mean, like, and I mentioned a lot during broadcast. Obviously, my preference for the GT car is the Beamer. I still think it's one of the strongest GT cars out there, but I'm actually yet to buy the brand new Porsche and give it a go in iRacing. I have tried it in Assetto, and it was actually quite a fun car to drive, so I think the Porsche might finally be back as a strong GT option in iRacing once again.
they're certainly not pulling away from that BM.
No, they're not. No. The beam are. I mean, they're all still pretty close. Back in the field at the moment is the Infinity Motorsport. I might have to update the trading paints just to get all the liveries nice and correct. Yes, they're currently back in the field. They're about 5.9 seconds back as the McCartney's had an incident. Let me just double check what this is. In the CXR GTP. Oh, that's a massive moment at the bus stop.
That's a sphincter moment right there, isn't it?
That could very well be a safety car.
Oh, I thought I saw front wheel bounce up and down there.
That was the front end of the car.
Yeah.
Let's just get another...
Moving or?
No, he's still sitting there. So let's get another... We've got a yellow, so that'll be a safety car. Oh, and he's just jumped the curb.
Yeah, just too fast.
Yeah, the front end of it came off.
Yeah. Oh, how many fast repairs do they have?
I believe
Early to use one, but really no choice.
no, there's not. So there's a full course yellow, which is going to mean that we have got a safety car out on track, I do believe. I'm just waiting to get the confirmation to see. Yeah, there is safety car. So we are now on the safety car here at Watkins Glen. I've just been sent a photo by Kyle. He's watching the stream on his big screen, so that's nice. So only 12 and a half minutes in, William, and there's already a safety car out on track. And obviously we know through vets as well, safety cars breed safety cars, so we can be in for some incredible action throughout the rest of this race.
Absolutely, and it's good though because it'll compress the field and we can start again.
So hopefully they can keep the mindset that they had at the start of the race and just kind of reset and keep their minds sort of in check, get rid of that red mist out of their eyes and try and stay sort of as positive and as clear-minded as possible because obviously we want to be able to see them race, but I think we'll rather a good old crash and a good old safety car restart because it leads to carnage and is phenomenal to watch, especially when it could collect the whole field.
So should some of these guys be jumping in the pits now, Hamish, or is it too early?
No, way too early. Way too early to hop in the pits. So the GT cars, those guys will get about an hour out of this. This is way too early for them to come in. They should only need 2 pit stops for this race. The GTP gets about 40 to 45 minutes to a stint. So those guys are going to be stopping they're going to be right on fuel at the end. I don't know why Daniel is going right up beside the safety car. That's very interesting. From the regular race control that we have, that's a very interesting tactic.
Yeah, race control, think of that.
But yeah, so the CSR car now, it's obviously this is their first race in the GTP. They normally run the GT car, but they changed when the Cadillac actually came out. So that's not very good to see for them, but hopefully they can actually get back out on track and get racing again. So yeah, so the GTPs get about 40 to 45 minutes of fuel. Now with fuel saving, you could get to 50, but it would be really stretching it. So those guys will get a stop in about 45 minutes in, then an hour and a half, then 2 hours and 15, and then they should be able to get home on fuel from there. So they'll get an extra stop in over the GTs. But obviously they're a lot faster, so they should be laps ahead by the time the race ends if they can keep it clean.
Oh, yeah. Have you got a prediction on the number of safety cars?
It's so hard to predict, especially with low numbers like this. Obviously, if we had a bigger field, I could give you a much more clear answer. I wasn't expecting a safety car at this stage. I will say that. So I think if it stays on this trajectory, we could see countless safety cars. As we see some of the GTs trying to bait people into going into the pits way too early. I would say maybe 3. We can maybe expect 1 every hour throughout the race. I think that'd be a fair assessment. I think, but
and I guess the question begs to be asked. With such a small field. Was that brain fade or was he just pushing?
I think he might have. I think it might be a combination of both. I think what's happening is I think he's just turned in too early. don't know what Daniel's doing here. Why are you doing that? I think it's a combination of both. I think the brain fade of turning in slightly too early, but also pushing hard as well. So I think he's pushing hard to try and close the gap, obviously, up to drop bear, which has then led him to turn in that little bit too early, hop the curb, and then just lose the rear of the car and bang into the wall. So again, these are the sorts of things you have to try and control within yourself when doing such a long race, because you don't want to do it right at the start, although it's probably a good time to do it because these guys are getting late in the race. It's going to be hard for them to come back. That CXR car now has time throughout the rest of this race, the next 2 hours and 45 minutes, to come back and try and put a challenge in for the lead.
Yeah.
We better see the drivers' names. Okay, so because we have the actual team names on the timing tower, what we'll do is I'll bring the battle box so that you can actually see who's driving what car around the car that we're focusing on. So the GTs are now going to get their wave around. All the cars get a wave around now, except for the top class. So if you're a lap down or more, you get one wave around every safety car. None of the GTPs apart from CXR are a lap down. So the GTPs, you see LCR, they line up in behind. They do not get the wave around. All the GTs do.
Okay. If Crisscross happened to get back out, would he get a wave around? Although he created the problem, so he probably wouldn't this one, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Honestly, can't remember if we actually put that into place.
Yeah.
I think it depends if he actually gets into the back of the field as well.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, look, if it, you know, well, there's a lot of leagues where if you create a problem, you obviously don't get a wave around in the safety car period.
Yeah.
But come the next safety car period, if you're a lap down, whatever, chances are you get a wave around, because that keeps you in the race, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be sort of 2 or 3 laps down. It's feeling like, what's the point of driving around?
Exactly. So we don't want to force that upon anyone. We want these guys to want to get out there and want to get racing, and obviously we want to try and get as many drivers into the series as possible. And we want to be able to get them all driving and all racing, because it then means that we can actually have some good action on screen, and it means we have more numbers in the series. More numbers in the series means we can try and get sponsors on board. If we get sponsors on board, it's going to be able to allow us to sort of, try and get some trophies or try and get some awards for drivers if they do well.
We've just seen LCA into the pits.
Yeah, LCR has come in. So they've actually come in early, so I have to wonder maybe if they might be carrying some damage, or maybe they have a penalty or something. I might just check the incident report. No. So they've actually corrected the... No, so there's no incidents at the moment. So I'm unsure why they're actually coming
Maybe
so
taking
early.
opportunity to top everything.
Yeah, it might just be a little bit of a splash and dash. Maybe hoping to get to the hour mark and then just have a short stop at the end, which would actually be a pretty good strategy at the end of the day. So the CXR car is not currently getting a wave around, so I don't believe they will get one because they did cause the incident. So we will wait for the GTDs to back up to get to the back of the GTPs once again, and then we will be getting ready to go racing once again. We will no longer be under safety car once that happens.
Chris Tomlin get out of the pits and catch the back of the GTD?
Yeah, he should actually be ahead of the GT. He should still be ahead of the GTD field. He is, so he'll get to the back of the GTPs. He's still in P3 since the CXR car is a lap down on him.
Yeah, so that's quite a smart move, actually, jumping in nothing.
Yeah. That could really be a game changer come the end of the race, because if these guys are in a good position to take advantage of that short stop that they'll now get, because they've come in roughly at, we could say 17 minutes into the race. This means they're now going to be able to go until about 2.5 hours before they have to pit for that final pit stop. So they're going to have a couple of pit stops in between going to those full 45 minutes. But they're going to be able to now go, instead of going to 2 hours and 15 to 2.5 hours, which means they now only have to get half an hour's worth of fuel instead of 45 minutes worth of fuel. So I suspect the co-driver may actually be crunching some numbers right now, figuring out exactly how much fuel they're going to need to get home from that point, so that they're not actually having to overfill the car and just taking advantage of that. So it's a fairly smart move on their part.
And if they do that again, there's another safety car, they can sneak another one in, and they'll be right in there.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if there's 2 more safety cars and they're able to gain that little bit of time every single time, well, eventually, if there's enough safety cars, they'll gain a whole stint back.
100%.
You know, and that's then going to pay them dividends come the end of the race. Now, obviously, if there's a safety car in the next 25 minutes, well, it's going to line up perfectly for the GTPs to come into the pits. But they've taken advantage. That was a free pit stop that they've just taken to top up a little bit of extra fuel to get home a little bit quicker and actually need less fuel at the end of the race. So it's a very smart move.
Hopefully they took some tyres too, and is it really going to be the box seat?
I doubt they would have taken tyres. They would have taken fuel. So the safety car is coming into the pits. So we are ready to go racing once again, and we can see the GTs right up on the back of the GTPs once again. We can see LCR putting the pressure on that CXR car just ahead of them, who is a lap down technically, but they are at least rolling around once again alongside the rest of the GTP field, and you can see the gap already that they're starting to build coming up the hill. Not all the GTDs made the end of the GTP field. A couple of stragglers were there, but there was enough of the field on the back of the GTPs to call the safety car into the pits. So Bailey Sweeney now leads the way. They are a pro class car, that Evolution Racing Team car as well. Unfortunately, he was listed as a separate class for some reason. I tried to fix it, but I can't figure it out. They are listed as pro class, so there's actually 3 pro cars out there and 4 amateur cars. So we actually did gain a car in between the 2 sessions having been changed, so which was good to see. So Bailey Sweeney leads the way for Drop Bear Motorsport of Tyson Styles at the moment for CXR number 22. So even though these guys are separated by class in terms of pro and am, they are racing each other technically in terms of GTD class, but they're not actually given points for that. They're given points separated by their class of driving. But it is bragging rights every day if an amateur can beat a pro.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, someone's going to finish 9th.
That's true. That's true. They will. So at the end of the day, these GT cars, even though they are all the same car at the end of the day, it's changed by the actual drivers of the cars. So obviously our pros, they're separated because they have an average of 3 KI rating between the drivers of the car. You can see right now, Tyson Styles, an amateur driver, putting the absolute pressure on the back of Bailey Sweeney for the lead of the GTD field right now. We'll see if he can get a move done into the bus stop this early on into the race as they make their way down. Just wants to tuck in behind. Not necessarily. I mean, if you've got the pace over them, you don't want to sit behind them all the time. Bailey will be trying to drop that CXR car back, though, because Bailey's teammate Ben Holiday, currently P2 in the pros, is right behind in that other Porsche. So they're going to want to put the pressure on him and then work together to get that car currently overall for GTDs. They want to try and get him up into P2, and then they can just work together to build the gap to the CXR car, because these are the 2 strongest teams in the GT field. That's why they get so many entries coming in every race. And it's why they struggle with them as well, because they know they are such a strong outfit. Evolution, this is their first race that they've come into for SIMSA. It's good to see them in here for round 5. I'll have to figure out in the back end after the race why they are classed differently, but they should be in the GTD Pro classing. But nonetheless, they are currently running back in P9 overall and P5 in the GT, P6 in the GTD, so I should say. The CXR car, the GTP, is actually a lap down on the GTs still.
Tyson certainly looks stronger in some like a bit more of the track than what Bailey does. Bailey's good. I stop. See what happens.
They run slightly wide on exit turn 1. You can do that. You don't get an off track unless you go too far out. You can see the run that beam is actually getting up the hill. I reckon the front engine of that car is actually allowing it just to try and stay a bit more nimble up the hill. You can see the run he's got here already. He's just going to be patient. He's playing the waiting game. He wants to keep the pressure on that Porsche, try and force the mistake. These drop bear cars don't make mistakes a lot. He just wants to keep it up. He wants to stick with him as well, because if these guys can all keep together, they'll be able to build the gap back to P4 in the GTDs in Ben P. And then it's going to be a three-way battle for the lead of this race between these three drivers. How the GTP's doing. Look at the gap Daniel Benefield's already got over his teammate Lockhart Brownlee. He is pushing so hard in that Cadillac right now for Drop Bear Motorsport in the 296.
You got to wonder if they worked out what happened. The other fellow taking it.
Well, you can see him. He's jumping. He's hopping the curbs as well. So they are actually playing with fire at the moment in terms of, you know, hopping that curb. But it's the only way you can get these cars turned in sometimes. You just have to commit to the curb and it can pay off. But, you know, it's a game of inches at the end of the day. If you are in or out by a couple of, you know, millimeters or inches, it can end up with you being in the wall, or it can end up with you running wide and having to take the escape road. So got to be pinpoint perfect with these cars. As I mentioned, you're driving on the limit the whole time. You can cruise a little bit in certain sections, but you'd want to try and keep it on that grip limit to get the most out of the car.
He's got a lot of ground to make up on Chris, though, the advantage Chris got.
Well, that is true. We will see, though, if that can actually pay off, but he is building a massive gap. If he can keep a gap of what is a pit stop length. Now, Chris didn't take tyres. So he did a 24-second stop. It was a minute pit lane travel time.
Yeah.
So I don't believe they took tyres. We will see, though, when we actually get to the proper pit stops to see what the time discrepancy is, but I don't believe that includes tyres. So, you know, he has to probably have about, I want to say, a minute over him, maybe a minute and 10 seconds, to really not let that car have an advantage when it comes to the final pit stop. They can build up such a lead in these races. It's going to be dependent on how they do over the course of the next 2 hours to get to that final pit stop for the LCR car. These guys have got to keep it clean, though, because they are in a good position with that advantage, but they have to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I can see this huge advantage. I mean, how many litres of fuel do you have taken in 24 seconds?
I'm not actually sure what the fuel burn is of the GTP. Well, obviously, it would have been, they would have gone to full. We don't have limited tanks, so they would have gone to full. I don't know.
Daniel's got what, about a 22-second lead? Right?
Yeah, about 22-second lead over P3. Just bring up the track map as well so we can see where everyone is situated. See if we can actually see. I don't think I can actually see how much fuel they put in the car, but I can see the stint length. So it doesn't actually tell me how much fuel or how much burn they've got at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't see where this is lap time, this is lap.
So the last lap, Daniel Benefield set a 1:29. Oh no, it's fast lap. Sorry, last lap he did a 1 minute 30.94. Chris's fastest lap of this race is a 1 minute 32.78. So Daniel's last lap was actually faster than any lap Chris has done in this race.
It won't be an issue.
No, it won't. The last lap he's just done was a 1:34 dead. So he's currently lapping 4 seconds slower than Daniel Benefield out in P1 at the moment. So if he could probably bring that down to about a 2-second time discrepancy between their lap times, they'd be in a much better position, but lapping 4 seconds slower per lap is not going to do them any favours at all, and their advantage is going to go away very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not only that, but
wonder though how sustainable Daniel's lap times are at that sort of 130.
Well, the qualifying times are about a low 20 to maybe a mid 20.
Yep.
Obviously now he's getting up into traffic, so that isn't actually going to affect his lap times as well, but it depends on where he can actually get around the traffic. So there the Infinity Motorsport car just letting him go, not making it too difficult for him. So that's probably actually the perfect spot he could have gotten them, was on the exit of the corner. You know, he's already got to run through the exit, he's already got the speed on the car going. So, you know, he's not having to actually slow down for them and stay behind them for it. Crummy getting into the chat as well. Afternoon to you, Crummy. He's giving support for his team, LCR, out there as well. I don't think Crummy's actually driven yet in the series, but he is listed as a driver, so hopefully we can see him in a future race hopping into that GTP at some point. See here, so these are one of these things now, you know, just having to sit behind the GTs. They're the spots where you don't want to get caught up. You want to try and get it on the exit of a corner or on the entry into a corner. Having to sit behind them in the bus stop is, yeah, it loses. I mean, it's not too much because it is low speed anyway, somewhat, but you do lose a fair bit of time. But I mean, you can already see that the gap had closed by about a second back to P2 and the GTPs just by sitting behind the GTs through the bus stop. So, but he's already building the gap now because the car in behind had to sit behind them for the uphill right-hander. So it's all a balancing act, and it's all about knowing when you're going to be able to get by them. He has 3/4 of a lap ahead of him without any cars now, so he's going to be able to build the gap now over the course of the next couple of laps until he catches the rear of the GTs, the GT field once again. Crummy's in the crew chief seat today, so he's letting them have a try. Let them drive every time, Crummy.
Hey, good call, Crummy. Calling him into the pits early.
It was a good idea.
Yeah, love it.
Very good idea. But he's running his crew all the time. I haven't even seen him in the car yet. So he's
Maybe he's a better driver.
well, I mean, he is the most famous man in the GR86 field. Being that he does, he is head mechanic for one of the 86 teams. So he's the most famous man in that whole series. So these guys have actually now lost. Oh, they're now up to a 30-second gap to P1, but
So who's LCR's major sponsor?
I can't actually see if I have any. Joy saying when he's not angry, Crummy and Urban Myth. No, yeah, I don't know actually. Crummy might actually have to tell us in the chat what their major sponsor is, so we can give a little bit of a shout out.
Yeah, absolutely. And any other teams that are there? Let us know who's sponsoring.
Love to know. Maybe it's sponsored by something that we don't know about, and then we find out they actually do something pretty cool, and then we want to check them out. I know Evolution is sponsored by Logitech, so these guys get a bit of kit from them every year, which is a nice little setup for their company. So they have a long-standing relationship with Logitech. I know CXR have quite a few different sponsors. A real estate sponsor, Shunts, a couple of other ones as well. Kyle saying that Fez, Andrew is currently driving now in Motorsport Ferrari, which again I'm not sure why. Kyle, can you tell me why it doesn't have the Infinity livery on the car on track, or is it just my end that's the problem? Surely be able to give me an update on that, but obviously Infinity, we're sponsored by Alcohol Holder. Trying to get more sponsors, but it's just what happens. Ben Keat at the moment for Motorsport.
Hey, that's a great scheme.
He actually, apparently Jack didn't have time to do a livery. Fair enough. So I'm pretty sure Ben actually did the Long Beach race solo. So he ended up being disqualified, but he still wanted to race, which is absolutely fantastic to see that we have someone committed to the series that even though they couldn't have a teammate that day, they still wanted to circulate and have a bit of fun in the series. So it's really quite heartwarming to have that happen from a driver, just to say, you know what, I'm going to race even though I'm going to get disqualified, but
just to have a crack at the end of the day is really, really good to see.
Hey, do these guys ever shout out on your Discord channel when they're looking for someone to share a drive?
Well, no, so because they have to be registered in the series, but also registered to the car, they can't necessarily swap and change the cars unless they're in the same team or unless they're registered to the same team. So, you know, it's a bit harder in that respect. That's why a lot of the teams have actually got like 4 drivers signed up for one car, because then they can chop and change the driver pairings each round if they have to. Because we limit it to 2 drivers, but we are looking at, if we're going to do a longer race in future, that we would allow 3 drivers or even 4 to drive the same car, especially if we were to do a 24-hour race, which we'd probably only broadcast the first and last 6 hours of the race. We would probably point to the driver's discretion. You know, obviously you don't want to be broadcasting like 3 a.m. when absolutely nothing is happening. Look at the pressure right now, though, from the DBM cars on Tyson Styles at the moment. These guys working together very well. Bailey backed him up perfectly. Look at him, just cuts across the nose, keeps Ben in check, and he's now up into P2 overall for GTDs. These guys are not battling for points. They're only battling for pride because of the separation of the classes. But I have to wonder if Tyson, if he's close enough later in the race, he might just go for the move and try and one up them.
And hey, you don't know the outcome of pressure, eh? He keeps the pressure on. Just got to keep on his nose.
Yep, and these guys aren't fighting for position. Even Watkins Glen, Tyson is not fighting for position with him. He is a pro class car, so he's trying to chase down the 2 drop bed cars just ahead of Tyson at the moment. You see him running the wide line on exit, helping it get turned in. And this corner as well, one of the toughest portions of this corner is the bump in the middle of the apex. That thing can just fling you into the wall so easily, can't it?
Absolutely. Especially in a fourth and rear engine.
Oh. I'd hate to think what's going to happen to those GTPs if they catch the bump at the wrong time, because we already saw how violently they got sent by a bump on a curb, let alone a bump on the tarmac. So
They got traction control and ABS and all that stuff, stability.
yeah, they do. So they have adjustable. Oh, that's actually one of the in-car adjustments as well. So they have got adjustable ABS and traction control.
Yeah.
Same with the GT cars. I like to run 0 traction in the GT car because I find it can just help with getting it turned in better and being able to push that a little bit easier. Sometimes it can actually be a bit of a hindrance to have your traction turned on. But sometimes, you know, it's all due to setup as well. Sometimes your setup actually needs that little bit of traction control just to keep the car in check, just to keep it stable. But yeah, these guys, they'll have traction, they'll have ABS. Obviously the hybrid deployment has already built a gap out now back to P2 to 10 seconds. And it's now 46 seconds back to the LCR car in P3. So Dan is absolutely flying at the moment in this drop bear car out in P1.
And great to see, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely fantastic. It's so good to see. Obviously, we would have preferred if Daniel could have done race control, but it's also good to see that he at least had the option to have a drive and get back out on track. He did the first 2 rounds, I believe, for his former team, and then they kind of disbanded, so he then was without a drive for that period, so he came and did some race control. Hopefully he can do some more race control for us in the future. But yeah, it's good to see he's still got the pace about him, and as mentioned, these drop bear guys, they are, I don't know where they find them, but it's like they just grow from a fast driver tree or something, and they just drop into their lap because they are incredible in terms of racecraft and in terms of pace.
Yeah, some people got veggie patches at home. Maybe they've got driver patches.
Yeah, they, instead of having like a head of lettuce, it's just a helmet in the ground.
Yep. Absolutely.
So the CXR cars just come back into the pits. I have to wonder maybe if something's happened. Oh, yeah, they've gone off track. Let's just get a replay. So coming up down the straight. What's he done here? Just a bit of oversteer. That might have been a wheel issue, actually. Just turned him in slightly. And these GTPs are like paper mache. They're very similar to an open wheel car. the slightest hit can just absolutely kill them. Just make them almost undrivable. So they'll be in the pits for a little bit now, just getting that car fixed up. Hopefully they can get back out on track and to drive around. This might mean a good thing for LCR because it might guarantee them a podium finish. That's a big incident though between the two leaders of the GT field at the uphill. Let's see what's happened here. Oh! Looked like a bit of a knock there. Was that? That even might have been a bit of neck code. Let's have a look at the gearbox. Oh no, that's contact.
They changed the car behind.
Yeah, we'll go on board with the car behind. So yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh. I don't know if that'll be classified as a racing incident or not because they've kind of come together. But that's not good for Bailey Smith to drop their motorsport. They are still rotating though. They haven't actually come into the pits. The Lockhart Brownlee's had an incident. Let's just see what he's done. Oh, just a big slide. Oh, that's massive damage.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah. That's
He's
huge.
lucky to keep rolling though. Lucky he was at the pit entry actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at the car crabbing.
Yeah, it's crabbing so bad. It's a good job they have a fast repair because otherwise they would be in the pits for a long, long time.
Yeah. If they don't need another one today.
But that is how fast the game can change. I mean, look at this. LCR, they're now up to P2 because of that moment from the drop bear car.
Yeah.
If these guys can stay clean, and I mean, that was a very easy mistake to make, but
Pushing hard or brain fade?
again, I think it's a bit of both. I think a bit more of pushing hard because they've turned into that final corner, lost the rear end, and then it's just kind of backed it into the wall. So I don't think he was even prepared for it to happen. At least not enough time to grab the brakes and try and stop it.
Yeah.
But it just turned around for them. So I might just bring it up on screen once again. So what we might do is we'll put it in a bit of slow-mo. We'll see if we can actually get a better image of it. So they're coming through and then up to the entry point. They don't clip any grass, but there is some grass on track. They turn in, and I reckon they've just turned in slightly too hard, and it's just rotated.
Not too much rear brake or like a downshift roll or something.
No, I don't think so.
Massive.
We'll see if we can get we'll go into cockpit view actually. So we can actually check the downshift. So they come through, only clip that grass on the actual track, turns in, and then, yeah, they just lose the rear end, and then they've tried to overcorrect and it's gone. And then into the wall.
We shouldn't see rear tyres going off by now.
No. Actually, no, yeah, so it's due for pit stops just about. So they do have to take tyres as well. So this is now going to be the question of when Daniel comes in for his pit stop. So they took a 52-second pit stop. Now, they would have taken tyres in that. So did the other their car after coming to the pit. So obviously they had the fast repair, but it's about 30 seconds for tyres and then also a fill. So 50 seconds all up for a full fill and tyres on that car. So I'd say that Chris only took the fill before I'd say he did not take any tyres on that one. Carl saying feel sorry for us, the fence is slow at Watkins. Hopefully you can get it dialed in for another track, Carl, and have another crack in about a month's time at Mosport.
Can he actually change brands?
So they get one free change per season.
Yeah.
It's up to them if they want to. I mean, Kyle has been driving the Ferrari quite a fair bit on iRacing, so he's actually quite used to the car. The LCR Esports car actually used to be in a Ferrari before they changed to the GTP. So, I mean, it's going to be up to them if they want to eventually change. Maybe they change to the Porsche, maybe they change to something else. But it's a good car at certain tracks. It is. It's just, it's a real tough one to get set up incredibly well and to be on pace, being that it is now a 3-year-old car in comparison to the Beamer and the Porsche. So that other Drop Air Motorsport car has come into the pits. They are coming out now. Daniel Yeaman at the helm of that Porsche. We saw it involved in an incident with Lachlan Capel before. I'm yet to see an incident report stating that that Evolution Racing Team car has actually got a penalty. So these guys now back out on track. They are now at the back of the field. I'm yet to see. I believe, yep, CXR's back out as well on the GTP, which is good to see. So these guys are still going. They know it's a long race as well. Drop Bear have come in for their stop. I don't know why they've just come in again to do the driver change. They surely could have just done it when they came in before. So they've actually now to take an extra stop.
They forget to do the driver change?
I think they might have, because they've had to come in again. I don't know if
maybe the other driver wasn't ready and he's had to figure it's better just to do another lap.
Maybe, but they've come in, done the repairs, and now they're in the pits. These guys are taking fuel. It's over a minute for the pit stop at the moment, so that's interesting that they've done that. I mean, surely you'd just take advantage of when the incident happened over at 45 minutes and then just come in and do the change anyway.
This really is playing from his hands here. Just keep those guys regulating at a reasonable pace and staying clean. Going to be still in the fight.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they have got quite a big gap ahead of them, though, about a minute gap up to P1. But if there's a safety car, these guys are back in it, because even if they go a lap down, they'll get to be able to unlap themselves. They'll then be right at the back of the leader once again, and they're still going to be in a good spot. So
We're on the lead lap still.
yeah, they just have to stay clean. I mean, the leader of the race. So these guys are coming across the line. These guys are now going to cross the line. The leader is coming up towards the final 2 corners. So that's the gap at the moment. It's about a 2-corner gap between P2 and P1 right now. But this car's currently got 2 laps over the next car behind them in P3 after they've had to take 2 pit stops in the span of a couple of laps.
That's massive.
But it's going to be interesting to see whether these guys are able to go to the full hour mark or even a bit longer. P1 is yet to come in, so that shows me they're actually doing a little bit of fuel saving, which is absolutely mad to think about that they're doing those lap times with fuel saving. But it's going to be interesting to see what sort of strategies could be at play throughout the rest of this race. I mean, the last 50 minutes have flown by in terms of driving, so which is good because it keeps it nice and fast paced and sort of a little bit easier to talk.
These guys be playing with their bias now, or what will they do?
I doubt it. I don't know if Chop does play with bias too much. The GTs could very well have been moving their bias a little bit now that they're a bit lower on fuel. That might have even been the problem with that other drop bear car. Maybe they actually changed the bias and they put it a little bit too aggressive, and that's what then made it turn around. Maybe that was the issue. New fastest lap of the race for Daniel Yeaman in the drop bear Motorsport Beyond Blue car, 1 minute 46.825.
I wonder what's going through Chris's mind right now. Let's keep this clean. And
yeah, just keep it clean pretty much. Keep it nice and stable. Keep it on track. I mean, coming saying driving to a number, a little bit of bias difference between the drivers. Yeah, so they change their bias depending on their driving style. As we mentioned,
Yep.
you know, everyone has a different style of driving, but these guys will be, you know, they'll be trying to get to a certain point. They'll come in the pits, they'll do their pit stop, put in their fuel, put on their tyres, change the bias if they do a driver change. So the GTs are already starting to come in as well. So Ben Keats come in for Risk Motorsport, so a bit of an early stop for them, but maybe they know something that we don't. They might have needed to come in. Yeah, I'd say GTs for sure could be changing that bias because of the fuel. And yeah, I guess staying to your bias number that you actually like in the GTP is probably actually smarter than changing it all the time, because I think that might have actually been a reason why that drop bear car spun its rear end. That they've just gone that little bit too aggressive on front brake, and it's just lost the rear.
Yeah, it's an interesting corner to do.
It is easy to do it there though.
Great corner. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're turning that little bit too early, a bit too aggressively. You know, a bit too much throttle. Very easily could. So, but the top two, they are still surviving. They are currently on the lead lap. But they're just trying to roll around. I don't know why there's an extra. Why is there an extra 9.3 car on the standings? No, it's because he's listed as 9.3 and he changed his team thing. This is the only problem with drivers.
They're not updating automatically.
I have to change the list to keep the keep everything up to date.
Almost feel like we need what they have in the supercars. We have a light in the window that changes colour where you know they've had a driver.
No, it's not just that. It's the data.
Yeah.
So keeping the actual correct class. It's about keeping.
You know how you did that?
I know how to do
Right.
that. I know how to fix that one. I'm not sure why the other one's in a separate class.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to fix the whole time.
They should GT3 even be in here.
Yeah, so these GTD cars are GT3s.
Yeah.
But they're called GTDs because that's what they're called also.
Yeah.
I don't know why that Evolution car is listed as a GT3 and not a GTD. Their class is correct on my list. The drivers are correct. I don't know. I'll tell you.
Where is he actually placed in the field? Yeah.
Hopefully I can get it sorted and fixed. Fix it. I can tell you that information in just a second. So currently, the cars who have made a pit stop yet to make a stop. Slides for CXR. Motorsport. And that is it. Everyone else has made a pit stop. Certain cars came a little bit early, so I know Lachlan came in on lap 10, so they will need another stop. The leader of the GTDs, of the GT, actually no, Lachlan's now P1. Sorry, of the GTD Pro class. So P2 technically, Tyson Broad is now in the pits for Drop Bear. P1 of the GTPs has come in. They did about a 50-second pit stop. So I would say that is the regular time for tyres and fuel. They came in on lap 31, so they came in 2 laps ago. So they got about 50 minutes out of their stint, so probably a little bit of fuel saving. The safety car also would have helped with the fuel saving as well. they have about a 12-second gap over LCR, so LCR are going to have to push a little bit if they want to close that gap by the end of the race. They have got the CSR laps down behind them at the moment. Probably a bit smart just to let them go, maybe sit behind them, save a bit of fuel.
Daniel's still in that car?
And yeah, he stayed in for a double stint, so he's doing a double stint for that drop that car.
With the Evolution car? Yep.
See if this fixes it. See if that fixed it.
There we go.
I'll have to wait till Seb gets in the car to add him to the list of that team.
So who's currently last?
Last place overall is currently Nathan Gardner for the CXR P4 amateur class. These guys have been in the pits though, and they had about a 30-second stop. So these GT cars take tyres and fuel at the same time. So they came in on lap 27. So they've come in early for some reason. So they're not actually doing a full hour-long stint. Not sure why. But they are currently last place overall. Just ahead of them is Daniel Yeaman in the Drop Bear Motorsport Beyond Blue car. P3 in class, P10 overall, including the GTPs.
How far down is he from his start?
So he started in, he's 4 spots down from where he started. The biggest movers at the moment in this race, Andrew Proctor for Infinity Motorsport, they're up 4 spots, but they are yet to come into the pits. And then as well as they don't actually do a qualifying time, they're technically up 4 spots from where they started the race, even though they started with the rest of the GTP field up in front. So
Yeah.
they are currently 3 laps down, so these guys are just trying to stay out there, stay calm for the rest of this race and try and make something up. Stay within the fight. Class display up anymore. I fixed the timing tower, that's all that matters. Everyone's now listed correctly and everyone is now in the correct position, so that is what matters in terms of information on screen. Let's see if there's any of the battles happening on the track. There is one right here starting to form between Tyson Styles and Lachlan Capel. This will be the lead of the GTD overall. Styles obviously an amateur, Capel a pro. It's a battle of both classes. Daniel Benefield, the leader of the GTPs, coming up behind him. So all 3 leaders of each class currently on track together, coming onto the back straight. Also, for once this year, we haven't had it in a little while. There's a different team leading each class at the moment. So I believe last time out, Drop Bear won all 3 classes.
Wow.
So it's actually good to see a different team leading all 3 classes at the moment. So, Evolution, they've come in, they are wanting to put a namesake onto their team and prove that they are who they say they are, and that they are incredibly fast. And they are proving at the moment, leading the pros. With the speed
led out by CXR at the moment, and the drop there, of course, leading the GTPs. So it's a tight, close field in terms of the lead of overall positioning for GTDs, but there is a little bit of a gap between the cars inside their own classes at the moment.
That early strength we saw with Tyson really is still there, isn't it? He's really
He's got some mega pace about him. He could easily. So he has a 2.5 KI or almost 2.6 KI rating.
yeah.
Put that into perspective. Lachlan Capel, who's leading the pros, has a 5 KI rating. And Daniel, who's leading the whole race, has a 4.6 KI rating. So there are some absolutely incredibly strong combinations out there. And as mentioned, some drivers or some cars miss out on the pro class because their second driver doesn't have a high enough I rating, so their average doesn't hit 3K. We had a car at the start of the season who probably should have just been a pro class car. They only missed out by a couple of points on I rating. As Tyson just struggles through there.
See what happens when it's really hard if you muck up your entry. It screws up your exit as well.
It's lucky we didn't commentate it cursing him, actually.
Maybe that's the problem with watching. Head down, Tyson. You're doing well.
He's got some good pace about him. I know Greg is racing today. I think he's actually driving this car with Tyson. I know Adam's not driving for him today.
That's what me at the moment.
Yep, so he just wants to try and get points. Not going to be too difficult for him. Huge speed discrepancy between them. Kyle has now hopped into the Infinity car as well, so these guys taking their stop. They went to the full hour mark, so these guys doing the regular GT strategy at the moment. So those guys are sticking with the regular strategy of just going to an hour and then coming into the pits. They go off the safety car, so they were able to do the full period of time. So it'll be interesting to see if that could benefit them more so than other drivers who've come in a couple of minutes early before the fuel's actually run out.
What's the rules around these GTPs here?
So GTDs have got right of way. It's
Yep.
up to the GTPs to make their way around them. The GTDs do not need to let them pass.
And they can stay in the racing line?
They stay on the racing line. The GTPs need to get around them. So it's the same as in an official with multi-classes. It's an unwritten rule in those ones that, say if you did the Daytona 24 and you're in a GT car, you have the right of way. You just stick to your line. Other drivers get around you pretty much. So there is some there is some nicety about it of you just let them go. But a lot of the drivers just have the mentality where you stick to your line. It's up to the GTP to get around you. If the GTP is attempting to make an overtake and they cause an incident, they get penalised, obviously, and if a GTD is deliberately blocking a GTP and cause an accident, then they'll get an incident because they're making it too difficult for a car that is in a higher class trying to get by them.
We've discussed it many times, even in same class races where it's just not worth the fight sometimes.
No, it's not. It's
That's
not.
the guy go. Different if you're 1 or 2 laps at the end of the race and you're fighting for position.
Yeah, but like the GTPs, they're not going to be, unless your laps down, fighting for position, and they're not scored on an overall position, they're scored in their classes. So the only, like the GTPs, they only have to GTPs realistically because they're the only ones they're battling for points. They don't take points away from the amateurs and the pros. Same way that the pros don't take away points from the amateurs anymore. They used to be classed, the GTDs at least, used to be both given points on their overall position in terms of the rest of the GTDs and also in terms of their class. Now, since we've taken over, we only score them on their class.
Sam's gained a lap.
Who's gained a lap, sorry?
the drop bear car in third position?
Sam Battier. He might have. Sam is very quick, although his I rating doesn't really reflect it. But he might have gained it back when the leaders actually came into the pits. So they are currently coming around the end up towards the boot. The leaders are at the bus stop, so yeah, they've gained it back when the leaders have been into the pits.
Yeah.
So they're still not technically on the lead lap, or they're still not technically they're still 2 laps down on their current lap number, but they haven't actually been passed by the leader to confirm that they are 2 laps down on the leader. So they got to gain about a lap and a half to get back into the fight. As Lachlan Capel comes into the pits for Evolution Racing Team. So these guys will now take their scheduled pit stop. Remember that they came in a bit earlier in the race as well, so this will be a full pit stop for them. There should be tyres and fuel. We'll see if they do a driver change as well. We're also waiting to see when LCR come into the pits as well. Now, I suspect they should come into the pits roughly in the next couple of moments because they might be a bit eager on fuel right now.
Question is, can they get back out from the
They
Not
will
big.
likely be lapped by the time they come in. Because it is a minute pit stop, roughly, or about a minute 20. They will be off the lead lap as they come out of the pits, but when they have their shorter stop at the end, that might come into effect for them. Excuse me, that might actually come into effect for them of how they can actually gain some time in the leaders.
Imagine these guys are lovely, I think.
Oh, they really need just to get that free pit stop. If they were to get a safety car now and then sit behind the leader, behind the safety car, and then come into the pits, they would be in an absolutely golden position. They would be probably, apart from actual racing, they would be in the best on-track position if there was a safety car right now. Unless they cause it, of course.
That's right.
And then they're kind of in trouble. But the current lay of the land at the moment, although we are waiting for these guys to come into the pits for their regular scheduled stop. CXR, Nathan Gardner, number 28 at the moment, currently P4 in class, P11 overall in the field as he's about to get lapped by the leader of this race, Daniel Benefield. Wretch in the Infinity Motorsports car, currently rolling around P3 in class, P10 overall, so possible top 10 finish on the cards for the team. Bo Kane is currently in P2 for Risk Motorsport in the number 4 entry. Kane is P3 in class, P8 overall for the pros. Tyson Broad is into P2 now after they've now lost out. Greg Barber is P1 for the amateurs, P2 overall for the GTs, P6 overall in this race, and Sebastian Flock has hopped into that Evolution Racing Team car. Sebastian is a very fast driver, very fast driver. Has a 4.7k I rating, and he is immense in a GT car. And I think these guys, if they can have a clean run to the end, they will easily win this race. Because Sebastian and Lachlan are a very strong combination. Scott Dell has now managed to get back into the top 4. But is still 3 laps down on the leader of this race in his CXR car. Sam Battier is currently P3 for Drop Bear Motorsports Bowl and Media, the 25 entry. We mentioned them as they've actually now come into the pits as Jai Schultz hops into the car. LCR have come in for their regular stop, so I did actually pin it pretty correctly actually. 1 hour and 10 minutes into this race, so they gained about 20 minutes onto their stint because of that initial pit stop in the 15-minute mark, and then saving a little bit of fuel behind the safety car. So they will need a real short stop at the end of this race. Actually, they won't need a full stop for sure.
Waiting on, aren't they?
Yeah, he's waiting on his fuel at the moment. And then obviously Daniel Benefield leading the way. So we might focus. So they are now a lap down on the leader, and they're also going to lose a lap back to Scott. Quite possibly as they're about to come out of the pits, but it's not for position. The CXR car will just gain the lap back on them, but they will come out right behind them right now. Oh, right ahead of them. They've actually made it out ahead of them. It's a very good pit stop from them. They've actually done the second fastest pit stop of the GTP field at the moment.
It's got to come down to their cruise. Hey,
I think so, but also the drop their car and the CXR car in P3 and P4, so they had a little bit of damage. CXR had to come in twice.
they might have
So-
also just a little bit of fuel left. Too.
Yeah. And like so, the obviously came in twice, one for its incident and then one to do the driver change. They had a 1 minute 26 pit stop. LCR had a 50-second is to the leaders, 50.4 seconds. So I think they might have had a little bit less fuel to add to the car, which has then led to them gaining just that half a second. But they are still incredibly close in terms of the pit stop times, and it's going to be interesting to see how the strategy now plays out for the rest of this race, and if they can actually, just stay clean, and if something happens to the leaders, they're going to be in the hot seat to take the win.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I guess you're used to kind of, you've Bradbury'd your way into a victory before out of Hinton. Is it kind of just keeping your mindset of, right, let's just keep it on track and stay nice and tidy before, throughout the rest of this race now? And or do you reckon these guys are going to want to push a little bit to P1?
It's amazing the intensity of trying to stay in the lead and trying to win versus just happy cruising around in 20 seconds. Just racing from one spot. So, leading. It's anyone else. No. At the same time, got to try and keep it clean. It's the edge. Out with field with 30 odd cars or 40 odd cars. Very
I mean, I guess they're a lap down on the leader. Their biggest competition right now is Sam Batsier, P3 for drop there. They've got a 48 or 49 second gap back to P3 in class. Now, these guys are in a better position in terms of they haven't actually had to make, well, they've made 2 pit stops, but one of them was a little splash. Obviously if there's a safety car, then both cars are going to be back in contention because they're both going to gain a lap back. But these guys now need to be able to make sure that they're at the pace as the car in P3, just to keep the gap up and kind of encroach on the gap that they have in between them.
also got some, you've had some driver changes. They're getting in the car, they're not warm, they're cold, they might have been in session, some of them sort of all trying to steam people. So it's really feeling their wasted.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're an hour and 15 in. There's about an hour and 45 of this race. So we're etching closer and closer to the halfway point. I suspect that Chris should actually hop into this car for the final stint. What they've actually now been able to put themselves in the position to do is, because they've come in at about an hour and 10, on a regular stint they'll then come in at the 2 hour mark, and then they'll be able to have another little splash and dash at the very end. If there's a pit stop, or not pit stop, if there's a safety car in amongst this stint, and if it's roughly 15 or 17 minutes into their stint at the moment, well, they're going to gain another 20 minutes on fuel, which is then a shorter stop at the end, and they might even get away with a bit of fuel saving and not even need that extra stop.
Yeah. Is we did they come up
Yeah, sure. We'll go into the cockpit here. We might as well. Who's just starting a lap? Let's see if there's the drop. We'll wait for Daniel to come around since he was leading, and then we'll go on board with him for a full lap.
Yeah, let's just see how these in.
Car again, and they'll be in the same boat as drop their car number 125 currently in P3. Just nice smooth movements through the bus stop, and that's what you want. You don't want to be jarring the wheel, you don't want to be forcing the turning too much, and you don't want to be having to correct. Nice and smooth. Those knowing where you need the wheel to be to get it turned in. You see him here just slowly adjusting the turning just to get the car nice and stable through the corner. These are the little things that you need to be doing when driving these GTP cars. You can't have erratic movements. You can't. You see him just save it a little bit. That's because he might have just brought the wheel back just that little bit too fast. Keeping it nice and smooth, keeping it consistent. That is how these guys are leading this race by so much, and that is how they are dominating the proceedings right now in terms of the GTP field.
I don't think he was late.
I don't think he did either. I think he was bang on the whole lap.
Yep. How many laps have you done on the GT?
On the GTP? Oh, probably less than 50.
What's the intensity?
It's pretty intense.
Yeah.
Depending on the track, though, I think it's... depending on the track, it's not too bad.
Like we could see changing down gears, but we couldn't get a perception of slowing down.
Yeah, I think it's all real dependent. It depends on the track. I mean, Daytona is not too bad. It's actually, pretty. It's pretty good.
How do they go when they enter the bowl again?
You got to follow pretty much the one line. You can't turn in too fast.
Yeah.
If you come in too fast, you can lose that rear end, especially before the actual entry on the bowl. So, kind of on exit, if you catch that curb on the right side, you can just lose the rear end. That can happen very easily for them. It can happen in the GTs as well. But I think it kind of more or less, like Daytona is pretty good for them. I have not driven it around Sebring. I did a couple laps around Long Beach, and I'm not surprised that we only had a couple of entries for Long Beach. I'm very surprised we only had 2 entries for Laguna Seca, though, in the GTP, but it is a tough track at the end of the day. But Watkins is pretty easy for them. It's a pretty cruisy ride. There's not too many difficult sections of circuit for that car. Obviously, Le Mans, well, apart from down the Mulsanne, the hardest spot's probably the Porsche curves. Just trying to stay on the limit the whole time.
So we saw earlier, Crisscross Racing had an issue at the bus stop.
Yeah.
Danger zone for everyone, but where else is a danger zone for the GT cars?
Well, again, I think it's those sections where you can have that little bit of brain fade. I think the uphill can definitely be a bit of a danger, because if you're not perfect on your input through the left and the right, you could unsettle the car and lose that rear end. Obviously, the bus stop is a difficult one. The last corner as well. I mean, we already saw an incident happen there. And then right now where Daniel's coming through where the bump is on that left-hander, that's a section you got to be very careful of, no matter what car you're in, because if you unsettle the car wrong on that bump and the rear end decides to come round, you know, you're into the wall pretty much. You got hardly any hope of saving it. Once those tires are overheated, it's so hard to get the grip back in them and cool them down and get it right back on the limit of where you've had it set over the last portion of the race. So
you mentioned this bit before, uphill. Are they flat or are they having a lift?
I think we'll have to check one of the drivers as they come up the hill. Oh, we've missed Sam coming up. Where's the other cars? These guys coming around. We'll go on board with Jai. We'll see if he has a bit of a lift up
Certainly.
the hill.
In the V8, you can, once your tyres are warm and you get the line right, you can hold it. But if you're just off on your line a bit, you got to have it.
Yeah. I know the Formula 3.5s are a bit slower, but I know with those you can go flat, even with DRS open up the hill.
Yeah.
So we'll go on board with Jai. We'll see if he has a lift up the hill or if he's flat. I believe he should be flat.
Oh, you clicked your 6.
Yeah, he's flat up the hill, so there's no lift.
Yeah.
Check if there's any... Yeah, there's a GT coming up now. Sebastian Flock in the brand new Porsche 992. Yeah, no lift. Full pelt up the hill.
Yeah. But again, you've only just got to put 2 wheels off the track. That sort of speed under belt.
Speaking of off tracks, Kyle Gretsch has had a moment. He's run a bit wide. Just gone into the grass, I believe.
Growing award today.
Yep. Lawnmower Man ahead.
It matches the colour of the car a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's got a bit of a jungle theme going on the car this weekend, so kind of suitable.
From for Kyle.
Yep. He needs that Jim's Mowing franchise.
Yeah. Yep, he's going to get the green stars.
So Sebastian doing pretty well at the moment for Evolution, just dominating right now. Greg Barber has hopped into the CXR car, currently P2 overall for GTs, leading the GTD amateurs as well. Amateurs, that sounded wrong. Amateurs in the CXR 22 machine.
Strong. Sweet.
And then there's the leaders are back together again. After all of that, there's only about 10 seconds in between all three of them. So they're all rolling around together. Not really... it's funny, actually. Right now, P1 of the GTPs is with P1 and P1 of Amateur and Pro. And then P3 is right near... Or he's near P2 at the moment, but he had P3 and behind him of the Pro class. So they're all kind of sitting together and in their own little groups once again. Don't forget, guys, to get your questions or your comments into the chat. Oh, I've missed a whole heap. So Jack has so much freedom driving around.
Actually, it just something just sprung in my mind. Earlier you were talking about this series and some other series and trying to encourage them forward. What are the advantages in this series compared to the soft levels?
In the advantages of what? Sorry, I was reading one of the comments.
Yeah, so what's the advantage of running in this series versus against running even just in the iRacing?
I guess, okay, so the advantages that we offer in this series, obviously we have live race control, and there's also safety cars as well.
Yeah.
Where with the officials, I mean, we obviously run a slightly shorter race than what the officials are. Obviously this race was supposed to be a 5 hour, so it was only going to be an hour shorter, but now it's been cut down to 3. So I guess, yeah, the real advantage is we have a high caliber of drivers entered into our series. We have live race control. We have got support on our Discord for, talking with the admins of the series. And, if you want to be able to make a car change, you get 1 car change per season, unless it's an upgrade from an old version of the car. So the people who drove, for example, the old Porsche GT car, they got a free upgrade to the new Porsche. So Yeah, so you get that one free change per season. We are hoping to run other series as well in the future. That might be a bi-weekly series, so every 2 weeks, or even a weekly series throughout a season. We are a free entry series as well at the moment, so...
Big goal.
what was that, sorry?
That's a big thing.
It is, yeah. So, obviously, if we were to do paid entry, then we could afford to pay our race control and pay the broadcast and also get awards for drivers. But we also want to be able to try and get as many people involved. Not everyone can afford to pay for a series. Who knows, maybe in future, if we have enough interest and if people are happy to do so, we might offer a overall membership for the year where then you pay your membership and then you can race in any of our series. But at the moment, our aim is just to have people entered and people racing. We don't want to force them to pay if they can't or if they don't want to, if it means that they're able to race. So,
You mentioned the broadcast too?
hey,
Did you mention the broadcast?
yeah. So obviously we broadcast it as well. Every race is broadcasted, whether it's live or if there's an issue with something, we then do it on a replay file if we can't do it live that day. So a live broadcast, obviously you get to hear my beautiful voice every time we go racing. And you'd normally hear Jack's voice, but of course this time he's having to do race control because we need the live race control. And we're just trying to run the series how we want it to be run. We haven't made too many changes since Ben Anthony handed it over to us. We made a couple of different changes just depending on how we wanted it for this season. Next season there will be a couple more, but we didn't want to change it too much because we were already into the season. So it follows the official IMSA calendar. The races are around about the same time of the year as the actual event happens, as well as the official on iRacing. So all your practice that you do for the actual, like for the D24, for the Sebring 12 hour, for Watkins 6 hour, for the Petite Le Mans at the end of the year, all of that practice can then be used as well to race in our races because they're at the same track and they're about a week later or a week before the actual iRacing official happens. So, you know, if you're doing the official, you might as well do this race the week after or the week before because it could either be good practice for the official or you've had plenty of practice around the circuit and then it's just another race that you can perform in. So obviously our goal is if we can get sponsors on board and if we can promote the series as much as we can, you know, getting those sponsors on board will help us being able to reward our drivers in future. It'll also help us fund the series and fund the sessions because we're currently having to pay out of pocket to run the sessions, and we run practice sessions every couple of weeks, throughout the week. Also leading up to the event, we have practice sessions on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So, you know, we have all these things on offer for free at the moment, and, you know, there's no reason why someone shouldn't sign up. It's great racing. We offer that race control, we offer a broadcast, and we also offer sessions where you can actually come and practice and fine-tune your setups and learn the track before the actual race happens. So what's good is as well, the next period of races up until the final round, so after this round and up until the final round, we only have Grand Prix happening. So every race from now on, so Mosport, Indianapolis, Road America, Long Beach, Lime Rock, all that, they're all only going to be 2 hours and 40 minutes. So they're not actually going to take a whole chunk out of your day. So all the races, the sessions start at 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Australian Daylight Savings Time if it's during Daylight Savings, which is roughly 9 a.m. for WA at the moment, and then 9 a.m., 8 a.m. during Daylight Savings Time. And that's when it opens. The race starts at around about midday for us in Vic in New South Wales. Once a month. Each race is roughly a month apart. It's good racing, good track selection, and it's just some really, really nice sports car racing and that follows the official IMSA calendar pretty much.
And what's your race number cap?
Race number cap. So do you mean like the biggest race?
Like what's your entries? How many are you going to say?
Oh,
And
okay.
so,
So
and take 40, 35, 30.
well, I believe we allow about 50 cars into a session. The actual entry list at the moment is a bit wishy-washy because not everyone's been showing up for every race. Obviously, we can look at if people haven't shown up to this point, we normally just remove them from the series unless they've told us they are going to race in the next race. Obviously, we want to be able to get more GTs out on track and more GTPs as well. We normally allow probably about 12 to 15 GTPs and then the rest are all GTD cars. As mentioned, to be classified for the pro class, to get entry, your entry between your 2 drivers or your 4 drivers needs to average 3,000 I rating or above. So to get into that class, or to be considered a pro, your car needs to have that 3k I rating average about it. Doesn't mean that both your drivers need to have 3,000 I rating, just means that it needs to average out. Anything less than that, you would be considered an amateur into GTD, but GTP is open. There's no limit on what what I rating you need to race in the GTP class.
So is there pre-entry or is it enter each round? How do you do it?
So it was a pre-entry. It was a pre-entry before the season, so people signed up and entered. People are still signing up and entering now. You know, we have got some spots available, I'm pretty sure, to let drivers in. Because again, not everyone's actually shown up to the series to this point. So those teams who haven't showed up, we've kind of just cut them out of the series, and they're not driving now because they haven't shown up. You know, they signed up, they took a spot away from somebody else that might have wanted to race. They haven't raced yet, so unfortunately they lose their spot. I've also just been reminded by Jack. So the sprints, the series in the future that we want to do, which would be either be weekly or bi-weekly, would be a 45-minute sprint series, and it would be single driver entry. So this series is a team entry where you have to have multiple drivers in the same car. The sprint series will be a single driver entry, so which should actually help lead to more entries across the field, because if you have, say, 20 cars on track in a team series and there's 2 drivers per car, well, that's 40 drivers. That could easily fill a whole grid for a sprint series, you know, of just single driver cars. So those are the, you know, that's kind of where we want to be able to take it and what we want.
Be interesting if you took the same field and all of a sudden it was a sprint race, it would be actually double the amount of cars and everyone having their own car.
Yeah.
And to see where those teams would be.
I think certain cars would do better than others. Certain drivers would also do better than others. I mean, some of the pro cars, you know, one driver might have 5,000 I rating and then his teammate might only have 1.5k I rating. You still make the 3k I rating average, so you still make the pro class. So I think it would be a little bit different. If we do the sprint series, it's not going to have the prototype. It'll have the LMP2 and possibly the LMP3 alongside the GT cars. So the GTP is strictly going to be for this series at this stage.
How would these guys, though, running around in their Porsches and BMWs feel about that? Because, you know, I know that some drivers hate jumping out one car to the other.
Well, the GTDs will be fine because these guys would all be able to drive the same car. It would be the prototype drivers that would have to change if they wanted to race. So they would drop down to the LMP2 or P3. Because we want to be able to include the LMP3 since it's brand new, and the LMP2 unfortunately didn't get enough entries for this series when it originally wanted drivers. So the LMP2s were cut out.
Cool. 125 the drive-through penalty for exceeding the incident limit, just to let you know.
Thank you for telling me that. Appreciate it. Very interesting. That is Sam Battier.
Really?
So they've exceeded the incident limit, so they now have a drive-through, which now gives a lot... Oh, they've actually got stop-go, which actually lends itself well to the LCR car in P2 at the moment.
He's taking a pit stop. Did Jack refer to the...
No, I think they have a stop-go penalty. Well, they've been given a drive-through. I don't know why they've stopped.
I hope he's not confused, because otherwise he's going to be coming in again. This is playing into the hands of his team.
It is. They've stopped. I don't know if they're actually taking a pit stop, though. They haven't gone up on the jacks, but this now plays into these guys' hands.
We're on the jacks, but the 2 wheels come.
Well, if they're on the jacks and they're getting their tyres changed, so... They've come in for a pit stop. Lockhart Brownlee's gotten into the car. Sam Battier's gotten out, so...
He'll be coming back in again.
Yeah, they're going to be coming back in for a drive-through as well, so... That's very interesting implications for them.
God.
So they just left the pit lane as well. So yeah, yeah, pretty much everything that I explained. I'll also get. Oh, Jack Oz is back. Hello, Jack Oz.
I believe that they've just taken a stop and then they're going to serve it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Why they stopped?
Yeah, I know. I was like, well, what? They're
Yeah, we
an hour and
noticed
a
a couple of jacks.
They've
It's like,
come
he
in
was-
early. They've come in early for a pit stop, and then they're also going to have to do a drive-through. Like,
Are these guys well sort of trained on, doing sort of up and goes and stuff?
they should be.
Yeah, Drop Bear's pretty good at what they do.
I've also just put in a Discord link for the Discord into the chat as well. So if anyone was listening to what we had to say about the series and how it's run, and you're interested in joining, click the link, join the Discord, and we'll get you signed up in a car or an entry of how you want it or what you want to enter in, and we'll get you out on track as well. So,
And hey, all great leagues start from somewhere, right?
oh,
And
100%.
What better time to get in is on the ground level.
Yeah.
You're going to have some influence over how the actual league evolves,
Yeah. And
especially
like-
while you have to pay.
And we want to be able to take as much input as we can from the drivers in the series, so we know what they're after. I mean, obviously we want to be able to run it how we want to run it, but in that we also want to be able to run it so it suits, a collective as well. So we took some insight of when we changed the rules of what the drivers wanted and what we wanted as organisers, and we made a nice little compromise on how we wanted to run the rules. So we're always...
What we're seeing in some other leagues, where they're following the officials, in particular like this season coming up, I think there's 3 new tracks. Some of those leagues are actually changing some of those around so that competitors are not having to buy 2 or 3 tracks every season. How are you guys taking that approach? Are you trying to include one new track, or are you just sort of staying with what's there?
So because it follows the official IMSA calendar, anyone that races in the actual IMSA series on iRacing would need to buy whatever tracks are needed to be purchased. So because we don't chop and change the circuits, because they're all American and Canadian circuits, they're also all circuits that are on the 2023 IMSA calendar. So some of them are official special event races. So for example, Daytona, Sebring, Watkins, and Road Atlanta are all special event tracks. So Daytona obviously has the 24-hour, Sebring has the 12-hour, Watkins has the 6-hour, and Road Atlanta has the 10-hour at the end of the year. So their tracks, I believe that, I think Road Atlanta is a free track. I think Daytona is also a free track. I'm pretty sure. I know Sebring and Watkins you have to purchase. So just to give insight on what the calendar is, and people can cross-check this with the website of what is a track you have to purchase. As of right now, we've raced at Daytona, at Sebring, at Long Beach, at Laguna Seca, and obviously right now we're at Watkins Glen. The upcoming races throughout the rest of the season is Mosport, so Canadian Motorsport Park, Lime Rock, which I believe is a free track, Road America, Virginia, which I know is a free track, Indianapolis, and Road Atlanta. The next 5 rounds are all Grand Prix rounds. So as I mentioned, they're all only 2 hours and 40 minutes. So they're a bit shorter, which means you don't lose as much time in your day. And then our next biggest event is November 4th, which is Petite Le Sim, which is at Road Atlanta, which is a 6-hour event.
So I'm actually just in the iRacing store now for anybody that's new to iRacing. Maybe hasn't done too much competing. And there is, once you get to a certain level of purchasing, you do actually start to discount.
You do. And if you buy 3 tracks at a time, you get a discount as well. And then when you get to the 40 plus club, then you get a constant discount of 20%. So, you know, it's only, 11 tracks you have to purchase. And I don't even think all of them you have to purchase. Some of them are free tracks anyway. So, you know, and they're one a month. So you only have to buy a circuit once a month, if any. I know Virginia, you don't have to. Lime Rock, you don't have to. I can't remember if Road America you have to purchase. I know you have to purchase Indy.
Some guys may have to put in a request for a bit of extra
A bit of extra what, sorry?
a bit of extra pocket money for partners and
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah, and it's it's only an 11 round season. Once you have all the tracks as well, we're going to be running the same calendar next year. So if you own all the tracks, you only have to buy them once. And we're not going to be changing the calendar unless IMSA changes their calendar. So any inclusions into the series would be an extra. Now, we might run a special event somewhere. Say if we ran one, I don't know, at Mo Park. Mid-Ohio, because they used to run IMSA events at Mid-Ohio. So if we were to run a special event there, then that's another track you'd have to buy, but that would, again, it would probably only be a one-off.
So what tracks would you like to see included that are not? Yeah.
Probably Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve, which I know they used to race there, but they don't anymore.
That's a friend circuit or?
No, that's a purchasable track.
Yeah, and where's that in the world?
In Montreal, in Canada.
In Canada, yeah.
Yeah. And then I'd say, probably Mid-Ohio. It's very difficult in the prototype, but it makes for some great viewing. Just quickly as well, Cameron Dance has actually now hopped into the front-running Drop Bear Motorsport car. They have come in for their second stop. They came in on lap 62, so they came in on the last lap. So, yeah, I would say probably Mid-Ohio and Circuit de Gilles Villeneuve. In terms of SIMSA, if we were to run a European Le Mans series, well, we've spoken about that many a times of what we'd want as a calendar for that series. If it was weekly or if it was bi-weekly, would then mean how many more circuits we can run. But yeah, again, those would only be a 45-minute sprint, multi-class event, running the GTDs, the LMP3s, and the LMP2s.
These guys ever just do bowl race?
No.
Speedway, no?
No, they only do road courses.
Yeah. Or if they go to Daytona, then
Yeah, they do the road course at Daytona. So, if they were to do an oval race, that would be quite a sight, actually. It'd probably be a little bit less challenging, because the GTPs would easily they would lap the GTDs probably every 3 laps or so.
is there anything you
bowl.
can do to encourage tyre wear or anything on races like that?
On a bowl circuit?
Yeah, or certain races, like, is there stuff you could do in the setup where it would increase the tyre wear, where maybe the GTP cars were having to have 3 times the pit stops over the GT?
Well, so because this isn't a fixed setup series, we can't do that. So it's an open setup, so people can make their own setups and join however they want. We don't limit the fuel, and we also don't limit the tyres either.
Yeah.
So it's, obviously iRacing has their own set tyre wear limitations. GTs can't double stint tyres anymore. They have to take tyres on their pit stop now. So that then, and because they take tyres at the same time as fuel, it doesn't really affect them that much. So it's it's something that we don't want to do a fixed setup, because number one, it means we have to make a setup for every single car, for every single track, and it also might limit our entries as well, because people like driving a a setup that suits them. You're never going to make a setup that's going to please every single person. We know this through vets.
I think, if there was enough people saying GTD that wanted a setup, say in the amateur class, you could certainly, obviously, make a setup. There was only 2 sort of cars in there, but if there was 5 to...
I think the bonus is that iRacing have at least got the baseline.
Yep.
They have endurance sets. They have sprint sets. They have mid downforce, low downforce, high downforce, and baseline.
Yep.
For each of those downforce sets, they have an endurance and a sprint version. They also have a specific setup for Nürburgring as well in terms of endurance and sprint. So there's still a pretty good selection in terms of where you can actually start your setup from. You could just run medium downforce for half of these tracks and you'd probably be fine. As there's actually been a big moment here with Stefan McCartan. We'll just get a replay, see what's happened to him. So through turn 1. Oh, just gets a wiggle on the curb.
That's dangerous in any car, isn't it?
Oh,
When
and
he's
he's
touched
touched the wall as well. So that'd be interesting to see how that actually affects that car.
Hey, while I run down to the pits, do you want to have a run through the field?
I will do.
Righto, I will be back.
No worries. So at the moment, Bo Kane is currently in P11 overall, P4 in the GTD amateur class. They are currently in the pits for Risk at Motorsport entry number 4. Nathan Gardner is currently running in P10, P3 in class for CXR number 28. P2 in class at the moment is Infinity Motorsport with Kyle Gretsch at the helm. P2 in the amateurs, P9 overall throughout the whole field. Daniel Yeaman is currently in P3 for Drop Bear Motorsport, Beyond Blue in the 862. That rhymed, didn't even mean it to. P3 at the moment in the pros. P2 at the moment in the pros goes to Tyson Broad, his teammate in the HRS entry for Drop Bear. And then P1 for the amateurs goes to Greg Barber in CXR entry number 22. With Sebastian Flock leading the way for the GTDs, both the pros and overall for GTDs, for Evolution Racing Team number 84. We've been waiting for them to join all season. They come in and they're getting on like a house on fire. They are absolutely dominating proceedings right now in terms of GTD performance. Stefan McCartan currently in P4 CXR for the GTPs at the moment. Lockhart Brownlee is in P3 for GTPs as Stefan comes into the pits. So they'll be repairing that car once again. Lockhart currently P3 for Drop Bear Motorsport Bowler Media. Jai Schultz running around for LCR in P2 at the moment. We've seen these guys are now on an alternate fuel strategy. We'll see how it pays off for them towards the end of this race. Cameron Dance, though, leading the way. Drop Bear Motorsport SBM was an absolutely mega double stint for Daniel Benefield at the start of this race for this car. Cameron should now take this car the rest of the way home to the checkered flag for Drop Bear Motorsport SBM. That is the current lay of the land. Let's just have a little bit of an update on the chat. Andrew Proctor saying, I hate the tyre wear here, saying they had 6% left on the front left in the Fez. It is an absolute, it's cruel sometimes how bad the tyre wear is. Also, Crummy or Jack asking the question, is the inspiration behind the design for the LCR car the Swedish flag? He said, nah, it's the blue from their 24-hour winning BMW GTP and the yellow from LCR. That is the backstory behind their livery and the colours, why they chose them. It does look very nice. It is very Swedish, I will agree with Jackos. But it is good to see as well. So we are getting ready to continue on. We are past the halfway point of this race. An hour of 10 minutes left of racing around Watkins Glen. Drop Bear Motorsport lead the way, and we are still with a different team leading every single class today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not have Drop Bear Motorsport winning every single class this time by, because there are no Drop Bear cars in the amateur class here today. But Drop Bear lead the GTPs, CXR lead the GTD amateurs, and Evolution Racing Team lead the pros for the GTD field. They are nice and spread out, but they've done well to get to this point. An hour and 50 minutes in, we are past the halfway point, and they are just etching closer and closer to that final pit stop to get home to the end of this race. Stefan McCartan is still in the pit, so that car must have absolutely mega amount of damage on it. Jai Schultz will need to come in. They pitted on lap 41. So they should be coming in around about, I want to say 12 laps time. Maybe roughly that. So shouldn't be too far away for them for their third pit stop in this race technically, but their second scheduled stop of course. They had the splash and dash at the start. They will be hoping to get to 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race to get home on fuel. If they can get to that point and have their next pit stop, they will be able to get home on fuel. Cameron Dance, Drop Bear Motorsport, they're in a good position as well. They only need one more stop to get home from here. So these guys are cruising right now and they're doing very, very well. There's been an incident for the Infinity Motorsport car. Oh, and that's contact with CXR at the top of the hill. That will be very interesting to see what race controls say about that one. Or we'll just see if we can get a better view of it. So they're coming up the hill and they've lost the rear end on the... So CXR have kind of poked the nose a little bit, trying to get down the inside. Kyle's tried to give him the room, but he's just lost the rear end. See if we can roll it back just a little bit. Or roll it back just slightly. So they're coming up the hill. So he's taken his regular line. Stefan has gone to get the move done. There's been a bit of contact and it's just shot them out. So he's thinking they're leaving a gap. He's made the move. We'll take him back just a little bit. We'll go on board with Stefan. So they've come up the hill. This is what this currently looks like here. So they're coming up. They're going for the gap. The Fez is closing the gap. And then there's contact between them both. Kyle Gretsch. Is this the same crash? Yeah, it is. So that's the actual crash. He's also had to tow. There is a yellow flag. So does this mean we're going to have a safety car? I'm awaiting to see when the leader catches it. If we've got one. Yes, we do. So another safety car period into this race. It might play into the hands of LCR a little bit if they can take a free pit stop. Just to get a little bit of fuel into the car. These guys... What are they going to do? If they pit now, they're still, I think, going to need another stop. So the strategy plays going to be interesting. Kyle had an incident.
Oh.
And so now there is a safety car out on track. I will get the replay up for you just so you can see it. So this is the reason that we are under safety car.
Oh. Okay.
So
Whose fault?
It's a big, big moment. I'm under the impression that it might have been Stefan's, but it could also be considered a racing incident because so Kyle was closing the gap, just following his line. Stefan's gone for the move, thinking he's left room, and then there's been contact between them. It's going to be up to Jack and Jordan, though.
I don't think Kyle even knew he was there. I don't even where.
Yeah, I think he knows he was there. I think he was just following his line, and I don't think Stefan, you know...
Stefan would have gone to the left, not to the right.
He didn't anticipate that he was actually just going to follow his line there, so... But this is now... It's not really going to play into LCR's hands, because even if they pit now, they're still going to need another pit stop to get to the end. But, I mean, I was saying this will help them, though, because if they can get to 2 hours and 15 minutes on the current stint, then they'll be able to get home on fuel if they pit stop then.
Let's see what he does here.
So there's Jai. They're still following round at the moment. I'm just keeping an eye on the incident report to see if there's anything that comes of it. Crummy saying P1 is quick, but I'll see if we can do something with this strategy. And then he goes, there goes my strategy. So their strategy's now out the window, unfortunately. But who knows? Something might come of this. Remember, safety cars can breed safety cars.
What happens here with these guys being split with GTD cars? Do they get a wave pass?
So the GTDs get the wave around, and if you're a lap down, you also get a wave around. So the Drop Bear and the CXR car will get their wave around on the leader. I believe LCR might have also already had a wave around as well. So it's anyone who's a lap down, I believe, on their class leader. So the actual, I believe the leader of the amateur class will not get a wave around, if I'm correct. And the leader of the pro class will not get a wave around either.
The LCR now.
So they've been let past the, I think they might have been getting let past the GTDs, but I don't know if they're actually allowed to or not. But they've just caught the field. Yeah.
Must have heard you say LCR may get a wave around, and
Yeah.
like going.
So, but they are now nice and close to the leaders once again.
From his new strategy, follow broadcast.
Don't follow my strategy. It's bad. So, yeah, so the GTDs get the wave around. So this now means that LCR are now right up behind the leader. The CXR car will also get its wave around. The other Drop Bear car should also get its wave around if it's out on track. So this now this now brings LCR back into contention though, because they only need one more pit stop to get home. The safety car will help them get to a quarter past. We'll get to, it's 15 minutes from now, so this will help them get to 10 to 3, so 15 minutes past the 2-hour mark of the race. That's their cutoff to get home.
Because now Cameron handles the pressure.
And Cameron's very good at handling pressure. He's very quick as well. So very few mistakes have been made by Cameron Dance in that Drop Bear car in P1. But it's not out of the realm of possibility. Kyle has now also hopped out of the Infinity Motorsports car and Andrew Proctor is back in. I would assume he will be in the car until the end of this race. If they can get behind the safety car and save a bit of fuel, they should actually be able to get home from here, so they shouldn't need another pit stop. But it's all still to play for in terms of the GTPs. The Bowler Media cars also come into the pits as well, so they've taken a free pit stop. They will need another stop to get home, though, I would assume. Otherwise, they're going to be saving fuel like a madman.
What's the difference in the rating this current?
Between P1 and P2, do you mean?
Yeah. Is their speed just down to their setup, or is it?
So, well, I think it comes down to their I rating, so, and their setup as well. So, Cameron has a 5.9 KI rating. Jai has a 1.9 KI rating. So there's a 4K difference between their I ratings. The fastest lap, that's the best lap overall for the car, not for the driver, unfortunately. So I'd have to see what they do on the restart lap. They are coming in though. Free pit stop for them, but they could have gone another 15 minutes on fuel, surely. Although they've been going for 30 laps actually. They get about 30 laps out of a tank, so this would be their actual pit stop. But they are now no longer going to be right on the back of the leaders of the race.
A new strategy for LCR. Just be interested to see how this pays out, eh?
Well, they're going to need a splash and dash regardless to get to the end, unless they can get maybe 2 or more safety cars. Remembering that we do not have safety cars 5 minutes before the end of the race. So that's the cutoff.
Time we due to finish?
So there's about an hour left of racing left to go, so it will roughly be 3:30 local time. We're not going green yet, apparently. So we're still behind the safety car at the moment. I think Andrew assumed he was going to get a wave around.
Yeah, that was just, I saw it and I went, hang on, weren't you involved? What's going
Yeah.
on here?
Okay, so Carl's giving me some backstory on what happened. He said, I had no idea he was there due to Stephen coming out of the pits. Okay. So Stephen had actually just come out, or Stefan had come out of the pits, and he had no idea that he was right behind him. So it was more or less a racing incident. But again, depending on what race control feels is acceptable. We have got Bo Kenny around. We might just drag him in and have a bit of a question with him. Hello, Bo. How you going in your little Porsche out there?
Oh, devastated, mate. My steering wheel died.
Oh, mate, that is an absolute shame.
Yeah, I think we were running a good race. I got no idea where we were in class, but I think we were doing pretty well for low amount of people turning up.
I believe you were P2 in the AMs, so you would have been on for a podium for sure.
Yeah. I'm pretty devastated about it actually. I sort of lost connection and I wasn't able to change gears at all. Wasn't able to activate pit limiter coming in to try and I tried to reset my steering wheel, my wheelbase. I went back out and then I didn't have any brakes.
Just an absolute shame. I mean, you had some good pace about you in that Porsche.
The Porsche feels really nice to drive around here.
Yeah.
That's why we decided to change cars. But as I said, I'm devastated about that. My teammate put in a brilliant first stint, and we miss out.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess you're not missing out on what would have been another 3 hours of racing in terms of a 5-hour race. You're only missing out on really about an hour.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the next 5 races are all Grand Prix events, so they're all shorter races anyway, but I guess you can now put your head down and focus on Motorsport coming up in a month's time.
Yeah, that's the one, mate. All we can do is keep pushing forward. Hopefully we still get some points today. I think we've done enough laps to qualify for points, hopefully.
It's the 75% rule, so if you've done 75% of the way, which I think would be, it's roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes, so you might just be outside the threshold, but...
Yeah, I think I only actually did manage to get just over an hour and a half done.
Yeah, so...
Hey, Bo, what wheelbase you running?
Fanatec Club Sport.
So I think they have a bit of an issue with the plug in the back, don't they?
I've had issues with this one before. The pins just happen to randomly break.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to get rid of this one and get myself something different.
What was the repair last time?
Same thing. I had pins break. It just sort of started dying constantly halfway through races. Exact same thing that just happened. So I think I'll actually just try to maybe might go for a Moser setup or something like that.
Yeah, they actually look quite attractive.
Yeah, well, I've been looking at one for quite a while, thinking I might like to give them a go. Just because the Fanatec, I think they're really good, but having the pins go into the wheelbase, it's such a weak point in their system. So I think I want to go something that's got a bit more of a solid connection.
Hey, down the track, if you do get a Moser, we'd love to hear what you think of it.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm probably not going to get the most powerful one. I sort of, I've got to get something pretty quick, so I'm going to probably get an R5, I think. I think that's a 5 Newton meter direct drive.
Would you I was going to say, would you be open to trying like a Sim Magic or something, maybe?
I might be able to. I'm going to have to do a little bit of shopping around within the next couple of days, try to get something sent up here ASAP so I can start getting organised for the next race.
Oh, mate, hopefully you can get it done and hopefully you can get that new wheel ready and sorted. It's a shame that you've had to drop out earlier this one, but I mean, a massive thank you for you, though, for still showing up and still racing as well. I mean, I know you did, pretty sure you did Long Beach on your own, so to have commitment to the series is a massive appreciation to you, mate, because that's all we ask for is just some commitment and people showing up every time.
I was going to be running 2 hours and something minutes in this one here today. But I was originally planning on, if we were doing the 5 hours, I was going to be planning on running like nearly 3.5 hours.
Jeez.
Can you get your other guy in the car and get him out?
No, he's unavailable. So
Okay.
yeah, he's got other commitments he's got to attend to. So
Interesting.
we're done.
I see a lot of wheel failures at Watkins Glen. I remember Mark Dole, took out half the red field.
Yeah, I know. It's it must be something about this track.
Yeah.
Oh well,
Yeah.
thank you for having a chat to us, Bo. Really appreciate it. Sorry that you weren't able to finish the race, mate. But good luck at the next round in Motorsport.
Yeah, no worries, guys. I hope you have a good stream happening there.
Thanks, mate. Really appreciate it.
No worries, guys. I'll talk to you
Hey,
another.
mate. Bye.
We are going green once again as well. That was good timing, actually.
Yeah.
So nice to have a little chat there to Bo Kane. Unfortunate for him, though, to be out of the running now. But we are ready to go racing once again. Less than an hour left of this race. And Drop Bear have had a great restart here, just ahead of LCR Motorsports. Although the Bowler Media car is still a lap down on the leader and on P2 in this race.
Hey, you know, Bo's quick. I'm pretty sure Pagnion's got some sales on it at the moment. Just financial year.
Yeah, I know that Pagnian should have some sales coming up. Simrigs will likely have sales coming up as well for the SimMagic stuff. Even looking at maybe there'll be a SimiCube somewhere on special.
That doesn't happen, you know. SimiCube and Bell, they just don't seem to go. Too high end, I think. Maybe Black Friday.
Maybe, but unfortunately, that's after the final round of the season, so that'll be an upgrade for next season. But yeah, I think they couldn't really go wrong with the SimMagic. I know Jack races with the SimMagic; he raves about it still. I know you liked it when you had it, but you just wanted something a bit better. Yeah, I think SimMagic is a perfectly good option for someone who needs a wheel and needs it pretty quickly. And Simrigs have got them almost always available for you to purchase. You can either get the Alpha Mini, the Alpha, or the Ultimate. They have
I'm gonna have a look now at Pagnion's.
They have a prototype wheel available as well, so you have pretty much everything that's inside these cars. I mean, we'll look inside the cockpit. You look at that wheel there. Well, SimMagic have got their own version of a wheel like that. You have the dials, you have the wheels, you also have the screen, which gives you all your info that you need, and you can change the mapping of that screen to match the inside of your car. So if we go on board with one of the other Porsches, we'll go with Lachlan Capel. So the actual dash page, SimMagic would have a dash page very similar to that Porsche one that you could actually map to that Grand Prix / prototype style wheel. So it's a very solid option in terms of the direct drive. And if you wanted to run a different wheel, but on that base, they actually make an adapter for their style of quick release. Jacko's saying that Jacko Michelson is also choosing SimMagic over SimiCube, so he's going for that as well. I did give my thoughts on that. I felt that trying both your SimMagic that you had and the SimiCube you have now, I find the SimiCube is a little bit smoother and that has a slightly better input value, but I think SimMagic is a perfectly good option for a direct drive wheel. And if
To be fair though, that was the first generation or second generation SimMagic, right?
Yeah.
Probably up maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 generation now. So it's quite, I don't know, it'd be interesting to try a new one.
Like, I think depending on what I had for an upgrade, if I only had enough for a SimMagic, I would happily get a SimMagic as a direct drive option. Like, they have, and again, you can run pretty much any other wheel on that base as long as you have the adapter for the quick release. So that's kind of the beauty of it.
Oh, there's guys running now the direct drive Logitech, and they're loving those as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know that some of the Vets boys were raving about them since they got them, and yeah, they're a good option as well. Camus have got a good direct drive option, again, that you can run a different wheel on the actual base. You don't have to run the Camus base.
This is different though. Like Moser R5, $599 for base, and a Moser entry wheels. You're getting into under.
You say under 900.
It's under 900.
It's a very good. Sorry, it's a very good budget direct drive. I mean, and it's a really, really good option.
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't have the same Newton meters as a SimMagic or even a SimiCube, for example, but it's still it's a much better feel than a belt-driven or a gear-driven wheel. I mean, obviously, if you run the Logitech Direct Drive, you don't get the gear grinding of like the 920 or the G29 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
With my belt-driven wheel, there's nowhere near as much feel as a direct drive, and I feel that at this stage, that's the next step for my upgrade, is getting the direct drive so I have more feel in the car so I can improve my driving.
Well, you step up the R9 in the Moser, and it's only $200 more.
Yeah.
$790 plus a wheel.
So it's it's a good I don't want to say cheap option, but it's a good budget option.
Good entry level, but it's a direct drive.
And
because the first SimMagic I had was only 10 Newton, right? And that was $1,600.
Yeah. It's about twice the money, you get twice as much Newton meter, but it's still a good entry level.
Well, you're at 9 Newton meters for $799 plus your wheel, so their entry wheel is $299. Hey, so almost a no.
Also, it was Brody Kostecki who convinced him on buying the Alpha.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because Brody runs SimMagic stuff. So, and I know that Andre Heimgartner also runs it as well.
It's as the software for all this stuff develops, and you learn how to drive the software, the wheels get better without actually the wheel having to get better. You know what I mean? A lot of it is how good the software is.
Like it's what is it? Moart? Is that the one that he mentioned? What it was? Moser.
Yeah,
That's a good. Again, I don't want to say cheap, but it's a good cheap option because of the price range.
Your entry level is great.
SimMagic's a good mid-range pricing, and then SimiCube plus also a wheel from elsewhere is a good top range. So if I was to buy, if I had the money for it, buy the top range wheel that I want from Performance Sim Engineering, I'd probably get a SimiCube to go with it. But I'd be more than happy to buy a SimMagic and then eventually upgrade and get the wheel that I want, and then just get the adapter and run on the Alpha base. These are all really, really good options, and that's the beauty of sim racing. You have options for what you want to upgrade.
Constantly people upgrading, there's always the second-hand market too available to you.
Exactly, and if you get involved in groups on, not even just Discord with the leagues, but like a lot of the leagues have got their own little buy, swap and sell sections where people are swapping and changing their gear and they're selling it to other members. But there's also places like Facebook Marketplace, the Facebook groups like iRacing Down Under, and even I know in amongst like Sim Racing World and all that sort of stuff, all of these guys are swapping and changing and selling to each other the gear that they're running because it's a good market for it. And you don't always have to buy brand new.
And it's obviously safer if you are getting it out of your league you're in. Some sort of gauge of how honest that person is. Obviously, marketplace is open, so you've got your own research and.
Yeah, I'd say that on levels of safest options, your safest option is to buy brand new because you at least get a warranty, and you can, if you live close enough to the warehouse, you can at least go and test it. Second safest option is within the leagues that you actually race in because you know the people you race with. You can contact them if there's something wrong. And, it's still somewhat safe, but you are risking a bit of a gamble buying in an open market where you don't really know who you're buying off. But there's so many different options for upgrading, and this is the beauty of sim racing compared to real racing. Real racing, you are limited to what your car can have. Sim racing...
happened in supercars back a while ago, before we had to split with the lower classes, the teams at the front of the field pull their pistons out after so many hours. Guys that are down the field, live. So the guys with more money were running fresh pistons all the time. Guys, not so much.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's happened with lots of different ones in race cars, boxes or diffs or whatever.
Where like sim racing, you're only limited to buying stuff that you need to race, whether it's a wheel, a shifter, pedals, a button box, whatever it is, and then your screens and your computer.
Yeah.
It's still a whole lot cheaper than going real racing. Obviously, real racing has its own benefits, but sim racing, you're not limited to what your car can have. Real racing, you can only put in stuff that can actually go on your car or what the series allows. Sim racing, it's an open market. because you're driving a simulated version of a car. The thing that you use to drive that car has no limitations depending on what your budget is.
That's it. Just having a look at the rigs now. The Alpha Mini.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. So
1,049, and you add your wheels on it. Those wheels can be a little expensive. They seem around 7. There is one there at 7. They a little bit more expensive than the Professor. But yeah.
as I said, like it's a good mid-range.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and if you got the money for it, it's worth it because you get so much feel for the car. You have a lot more options in terms of what changes in the car, because if your wheel has, you know, a built-in button box pretty much on it, then, you know, you have a lot more options for adjustment. You can then pretty much get a wheel to suit you. I mean, I know they have a Grand Prix wheel, which I mentioned, which is like a prototype or like an F1 style. They have GT wheels. They have many others, and their GT wheels, you don't even necessarily actually have to run the actual wheel itself on the button box that's on it. You can swap and change it like what you did. Where you buy an actual race wheel off eBay or something, and you just screw it on, because they run the same screw pattern as an actual racing wheel.
You've got that 70mm bolt pattern, and even if you want to go to a Nardi wheel, which runs a different bolt pattern again, you get a little adapter that goes in between.
Yeah.
It's a different option. It's only when the screen or the button box is integrated into the actual wheel rim makes it harder for swap out. Yeah, certainly button boxes, wheels all on.
I've also just realised this broadcast now without Jack in here is now gone from being a food podcast racing broadcast to an actual sim racing podcast. Because Kyle's asking us what foods are we chatting about today, the Winter's monthly food channel chat.
I'll talk about lunch if you like. I had a tiger roll with some chicken and mayo and cheese.
Nice, I haven't had my lunch yet. I'm having it after the race.
But I'm just having, I'm having a look at the LCR car. It's not back and behind it. It's not bad. In the 12 seconds. He's just had some issues with a bit of traffic. He's still in the hunt.
Yeah, and if Cameron makes a mistake, which he doesn't normally do, then LCR is going to be on for a pretty impressive win here.
You know that this can change. It may be somebody else that causes the mistake.
Where'd you get your chook from, William? Coles, Safeway, Aldi, Costco?
Yeah, my chook was from Coles this week.
Oh, very good. Love
I reckon
Coles chook.
Coles chook, Costco chooks are awesome too, but a bit hard to get because they shut there.
So LCR have come in now. This will be their final scheduled stop. So they must have had that little splash to get to this stage, and then now they're coming in for their actual stop.
Hey.
What is interesting is, though, Drop Bear will need to come in again for their final stop as well. So they'll need to come in soon.
In LCR as well, or just some fuel or something?
I think Chris should actually get into the car, I would assume. Kyle's also asked, do you have pineapple and beetroot on a burger? I do not. I don't really like beetroot, and I'm not a big fan of pineapple.
Yeah, not pineapple.
Kyle's saying Costco chooks are elite. They are alright, I just don't like going to Costco.
Interesting though, Kyle. We went for some Vietnamese last night. I did feel like garlic beef, and I actually said wanted a bit of pineapple.
Yeah, I know whenever I get my satay from the noodles shop, the satay noodles near where I live, they have pineapple in it sometimes. I just pick it out though, because again, I don't really like, I don't mind the flavour of pineapple, I just don't like the texture. Same with tomato. Like, the inner part of the tomato is a gross texture and not a very nice flavour, but the outside is okay.
Well, you know me, I like tomato and sauce.
I know, but I don't know, it's just it's a sensory thing, I just don't like the texture.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, there's your monthly food talk for you, Kyle.
So how many laps do you give Cam before he comes in?
He came in on lap 62, and they're getting roughly 30 laps to a stint. So I reckon he comes in about 10 laps time.
Yeah.
Within the next 10 laps, it will only be a short splash.
What do you think went through his mind, right?
Just do what he always does. Just keep at it, drive it around. He's a master at keeping it clean, and he's a master at staying nice and tidy. Josh just had a incident. This is them coming out of the pits through the bus stop. Oh no, at the bottom. Oh, they've just spun it round. Maybe that was why they actually came in. Maybe they just needed new tyres.
Oh yeah, is this before he came in? Was it?
Let's have a look. We'll follow him around just for a little bit longer. No, yeah, this was after he came out of the pits.
I wonder if he got to put the bias forward.
He might have, but it's running. He just leaves his bias where it is normally. So I think he might just be running a little bit too up to try and bridge the gap.
Yeah.
I think realistically though, they're on for a P2 finish, which is a really impressive finish in amongst the other 3 cars in that field. Nathan Gardner's had a as well. Let's just check this out.
So would Cameron be nursing tyres here or not?
He doesn't necessarily need to push.
Oh, that looks good, doesn't it?
I know, nice little drift.
Oh, but he spun.
Very lucky to not actually collect the drop bear cars as they came through then. No, I think Cameron, he's a very good driver. He's very quick, and he just needs to kind of massage it home a little bit. You know, he just kind of just has to keep it nice and clean and keep it going. You know, at a regulated pace. They have a good gap over the car in behind. Obviously, they have one more pit stop needed to be done. He doesn't necessarily need to push or reserve. They're in the strongest position.
Yeah. Did you make sure you're keeping the mind on the game?
Well, that's right. You know, you got to stay within your limits and keep your mind on what you're doing, because you don't want to have a mistake happen. But you know, he's very, very good at keeping his head clear and keeping his mind straight, because he's proven it in the past when he's won races with Sam in this car, and I think these guys are on it for once again a very impressive victory in not only the GTP class but in SIMSA in general.
Is that, you know me, hey, just I start thinking fuel numbers, my race goes out the window. It's like Croatian missed that.
These guys don't necessarily need to like worry about their fuel numbers too much. They are, you know, they are kind of just they only need one more stop to really get to the end.
Yeah.
You know, they are. You know, they're in a really good position. It's not like it's late in the race and like they're questioning whether they need fuel or not. I mean, they're in a really strong position. They're past the critical point in this race now to get home. They could pit anywhere from here, fill up the car, and they'd get home. So
he's got a good gap too, hasn't he, over Jai?
He does, and I guess it also comes down to Jai having the little moment after coming out of the pits. Kyle saying shout out to Worm Paints for making these awesome liveries for everyone on Trading Paints unsponsored. I'm going to assume that's the livery that they're running, which has the tiger on the side of it. Does look pretty nice actually. Nice little art car actually. Looks pretty good. Hopefully they can get the Infinity colours on there for next time out at Motorsport. But yeah, I think at this stage anyone can pit from this point and they'll get home. So it's not a fuel numbers game now. It's not a tyres game. It's a keeping yourself consistent and keeping your race clean to get to the end.
So he's about a second and a half slower, 2 seconds slower than he had been earlier in the race. So I'd say he's really just conserving and just maintaining gap.
Well, I mean, Cameron's not really pushing to match Daniel's speed that he had at the start. I think Daniel was pushing to build the gap. Cameron's just getting the car home at this stage. You know, he's more or less he's a taxi driver at this stage. He's just trying to get it home on a late night out. You know, doesn't want to have any problems. So they're lapping about the same pace as Jai in P2, but they've got enough gap that Jai will need to push to try and bridge the gap. Now,
field.
Well, there's 3 drop bear cars on screen together. Obviously, Bo is still in the pits. He's not able to get back out on track. Andrew is currently the final running GT car on field. And then Nathan is currently in P9 for CXR after their little moment. Daniel Yeaman is following in behind his teammate at the moment with Ben Holiday in P3 and P2 in the pros. Greg Barber's leading the way for CXR in the amateur class, and then Lachlan Cagle leads all the GTDs and the pros for Evolution Racing Team. Stefan McCartan still rolling around in that CXR 93 GTP car. Lockhart Brownlee. So
That's off.
Drop there.
Certainly.
Hey.
Hats off to Crisscross Racing guys.
They've done well to get back out there and just continue rolling around. They're a very strong team across the board. They have some very strong drivers. Of course, me and Jack know Miles fairly well in that team, and he's not racing this weekend though. But yeah, as mentioned, Velix are now part of Drop Bear. So Lockhart, who used to race for Velix, is now racing with Drop Bear, and his teammates would also be racing with them. LCR still in P2, so they're having a very, very strong performance. And then Cameron Dance leading the way for GTP and the whole field for Drop Bear SBM.
Those GTD amateur guys, they're going 1 and 2 there.
Oh, they're absolutely wicked quick. Like, Greg could be in pro class. He has a 3 KI rating. But it's just his teammates don't get up to the average. So it's that's just, it is what it is.
Can't believe how much they've taken off. Take your turn.
Well, we are just awaiting them to come in for their final stop to get home. We're roughly half an hour away from the end of this race. So not too long to go. And it's been actually a fairly good race so far. I mean, obviously a couple of moments, a couple of safety cars, but some good racecraft shown by a lot of the drivers throughout the field. I mean, there's only been that one real mistake where Kyle didn't know the GTP was in behind him that caused that incident. So it's been pretty good. Don't forget, guys, get into the chat if you can. Love to hear from you. Love to hear your opinions on the race, what you think about what's been going on and how you think some of these drivers have been doing as well. If you have any questions for either me or William, be happy to answer them throughout the proceedings. There is only half an hour left of this race, so we are etching closer and closer to the end. I think we're actually probably only going to get to about 100 laps. So
I don't think Kyle actually mentioned what he was having for lunch.
No, he didn't. Kyle, what are you having for lunch? You didn't mention that.
I think he was having some petrol and tyres. He's out of the car now though, isn't he? He won't get back in now today.
No, he won't. Andrew should finish the race from here.
Yep.
So Andrew should finish it for them.
Should see. See.
It is up to them though. He's having dim sims for his lunch. Fair enough. Very good food for a racer.
Steamed or fried?
Oh, steamed or fried, Kyle, and chips. I'm going to assume he's getting it from the chip shop.
Oh, you got to be careful though. In small cockpits, it can come back and bite you.
Well, luckily he doesn't have to get back into the car today, so he should be all right. But
yeah, I think the Ferrari you could open a window, couldn't you?
surely. Let's have a look. We'll go in the cockpit view of the Fez. We'll see if he could get. Oh, air fryer. Okay, so he is frying his dinnies, but he's air frying them himself. I don't know if the window would open actually.
You need that flow through ventilation, eh?
Oh yeah, definitely have that aircon running. You don't want the windscreen to steam up.
My local supplier of my dim sims now stocking. Going a bit of search for a decent bag.
Crummy, ready, steady, cook. Yeah, we'll get Kyle lined up with his air fried dimmies and chips, and we'll get William lined up with his Coles roast chook roll with cheese and mayo.
It was a tiger roll too.
Oh, tiger roll, bit of texture.
Yeah.
It's good to see this car still circulating as well. They've had their little moments throughout the race, but they're still chugging along quite nicely.
So tell me, why does someone choose the Faz over Porsche, which obviously seems quick?
Don't ask me that question because I wouldn't choose the Fez. That's a question to ask Kyle.
Is it easy to drive, reliability? Is it, I'm insane,
The Fez, depending on the track, the Fez can be pretty good.
Okay.
I remember when I started on iRacing and I did the Ferrari Challenge in Class D, it was actually really, really good to drive. It depends on your setup and it depends on the track.
Yeah. You know me, in the Supercar, I'll jump from one in the Commodore to a Mustang. Depending on track, I find one easy to drive at certain tracks.
Like I know because you're a supercars driver, I recommend a front engine GT because at least then the weight discrepancy is slightly the same.
Yeah.
You know? So the Beamer is probably the best option in terms of that. I haven't driven the new Porsche on iRacing yet, as I mentioned. It felt pretty good on ACC, but
I loved when I raced in the Porsche Cup in the officials.
Yeah.
I loved the Porsche. It was just a great thing. I loved to days. And it was my sort of go-to car a lot of the time.
Well, it's funny. Like I'm not really a big fan of the Porsche Cup car, but I like the GT car.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the downforce or the power output, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like, I'm a big fan of high downforce cars. I love driving open wheelers and stuff like that. So it's, you know, there's sort of that side to it. My preference in GTs is either the Porsche or the Beamer, or at least the old Porsche when I drove it. The Lambo used to be my go-to for a long time, and then I kind of had my own struggles with it, and then I started driving the Beamer and I got used to that, and then the Lambo wasn't really an option. I haven't driven the Audi, so I can't really make a comment. I haven't driven the Ford or the McLaren. So I think, you know, the Fez is serviceable. It's still a good car. A lot of people still choose it. I just don't personally choose it.
Easiest one to tune, maybe?
I don't know. Kyle's saying he's been driving the Fez a lot. It's just not really suited to Watkins. Plus, we believe tyre wear is a lot better on the Fez than the rest. Okay, yeah, that's pretty fair. I also haven't driven the Myki either, which is another good front engine car.
I have a very fond memory in the Porsche, and it was in the Porsche Cup at Red Bull Ring where I beat Dean Canto. Now, Dean Canto is a world V8 supercar driver. He's not in front league now. Maybe
definitely wasn't a. He was a driver that's really better as a co-driver than a main driver.
Yeah,
a bit like Warren Luff.
Or in Dunlop series or something like that. But yeah, it was nice to sort of fair and square at Red Bull Ring, and yeah, I've got a fun memory racing them.
I remember I raced a whole week of Long Beach in the Fez. I think I won about 3 or 4 races just from starting in the pits and staying clean. And just having, like, some races I had just genuine pace over the rest of the field. But I think I have fond memories of doing that series in the Ferrari. I remember I think I did Hockenheim in the Ferrari as well. Like a 12-hour, I think it was, or a 10-hour. And that was a good day.
I have a fond memory. 2 Bathurst 12 hours in the BMW, and we've always said that just seemed an easy day in the BMW.
Yeah, like, and and again, because of your style of driving, because you drive a supercar, the BMW is the easiest car for you to transition to because it's a front engine, you know, rear wheel drive, you know, it's basically just a high downforce supercar at the end of the day, even though it's a turbo V6 or turbo 6-cylinder, but
the overall speed's not there, but it's just, you know what it's like. I just got to find my balls to go flat out everywhere, and then it's fine.
Once you kind of get comfortable with it and you sort of just, like, you know the spots on the track where you're strong and you're able to improve on those, and you're also able to improve when you're not so strong, it's incredibly comfortable, and it makes for a comfortable 12-hour day. Obviously, it'd be more comfortable if, you know, you had a third driver, but it's okay to do it with 2 drivers as well. You know, I've said this for a little while. I'm not really interested in doing a 24-hour race anymore because I don't really want to have to stay up at night time of race. But I think at 12 hours, probably the most I would do now. And even then, I don't even know if I want to do that that much.
Where's our BMWs and
So
is that the
Greg is
Yeah.
leading the way at the moment for the amateurs. He's leading in the Beamer, and then obviously P2 in the amateurs as well as the Beamer. So there's no Beamers in the pros today. Obviously, there's only 3 pros out there. They're all in the Porsche. But there are still 2 Beamers rolling around out there, and they're both CXR machines. Greg was racing this car week in and week out in SRW in the GT3s. He's incredibly quick.
Let's jump on board with Greg for a lap.
He is heading up towards the line, so we will sit with him.
Yeah. Do you know who these guys are major sponsors?
So I know they have. There's a real estate company. We had to ask them after the broadcast when we talked to them. Well, not after the broadcast, but after the race ends. I know they have like shunts and a couple of other sponsors as well that they have involved, and yeah, they're an incredibly strong team, and they, as I mentioned, like they were very strong when SRW were running a GT series. I know Adam Hughes is a very strong driver for them. He's not racing today, but
Not running a lot of steering range here either. Very, very fine.
yeah, very fine, very direct as well with where he wants it to go. So
We've got
just-
a what? Vendetta.
So yeah, just wants to try and keep it as smooth as possible, and that's what's important in this car. Obviously, you can throw it around a bit, but you don't want to force the issue. So it is the easiest GT car to drive, I feel, but it is also a lot of fun, especially when you're on a lap.
I
and
think a lot
you're on the complete limit.
across the top at Bathurst where you're just on
Oh,
it. Time is just
it's such a satisfying drive, and it's such a fun car to drive around
So-
that circuit.
and it's not right, but it is almost like you. Oh, I know you can. I've done that both you times, but yeah, I get that. Kind of a little bit of an insecurity, really.
Yeah.
But
Kyle also just said, and I agree with this statement, McLaren is elite just for the flamethrower at the back of it. I hope if they bring in a new McLaren GT car into iRacing, they just give us the flamethrower.
Well, apparently, depending where you have your graphic settings, you can create a flame in just about any car.
Yeah, but that one spits flames no matter what.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
And it'll cook your toast in the car behind.
Oh yeah.
They're looking good, aren't they?
They are absolutely just dominating at the moment. They're doing very, very well so far. There is a bit of a gap up ahead to P1 overall for PTDs in Lachlan Cape. It's about 11 seconds. But again, these guys aren't racing for position. They're both leading their class. You know,
So-
Evolution have got a real grip hold over this race right now.
Where's Gregan compared to Lachlan?
So Lachlan, do you mean on track?
Yeah, on track. Who's in front of who?
So Lachlan's currently ahead of Greg. So Lachlan's just coming around towards the boot, and Greg is just come off the end of the bus stop.
Yeah, off the sweeper there.
So it's about 11. It's about just under 12 seconds at the moment. Is the gap? Drive through for car number 862 for exceeding the incident limit. That was about 10 minutes ago, so they must have had their drive through. Nathan Gardner's had a moment as well in that other CXR car, currently in P2 in class. What's he done? Round the... Oh, no, it's... Oh, he's just gone a bit too wide.
Bad luck, mate.
Oh, in the wall as well.
Up the accelerator a bit quick or something.
Oh, that was really, really good driving there from both Lachlan. And I believe that might have been Lockhart just behind him. Yeah, it would have been. Really good from them just to be able to move out the way there and not collect him. The leader has now come into the pits. Now we're only 20 minutes away from the end, so this should be a nice short stop for them. They will take tyres. They have a minute and a half gap over P2, so these guys are well in hand to just go home to the lead of this race. These guys should be able to get home from here. They have a 12-second gap over P3 in Lockie Brownlee. They are currently doing a similar lap times at the moment, but the gap has shrunk a fair bit ever since Jai's little moment after coming out of the pits. Lockie coming up the hill, down towards the edge of the boot. Jai has just come back onto the main part of the circuit. So you see that little straight bit there, that's the cut out of the boot. So a couple of corners difference, about 12 seconds is the gap from P2 to P3. Cameron Dance has now come out of the pit, so all they've got to do now is risk management to get home and take victory once again in SIMSA. This is where P2 is. Kyle saying Jack should give us a demo of the Macca's Flames. Flame grilled. Although, in saying that, Drop Bear have just come in for yet another pit stop. So, this now will drop them back a fair bit from Jai Schultz and LCR in P2. This should now mean that these guys just need to do their own risk management and get the car home. There's less than 20 minutes left of this race. Will Cameron Dance and Drop Bear Motorsport be able to keep it clean, keep it mean for the rest of the way? Or can LCR and Jai Schultz hope for some magic, hope for a miracle and get into P1?
This is really good, actually. You know, where are we? We're just a little over 2.5 hours, and they're still in the same lap and only 40-odd seconds behind. I think this is good work by the whole team. Just to stay in the hunt.
They're doing incredibly well right now, and to keep it this clean, I mean, it's Drop Bear's just had to take another pit stop out of P3, so that's now dropped them back again. These guys are now only 40 seconds behind P1. You know, there's still time to be gained, but it's still going to be a long way to go if they want to be able to get into P1. They've got just under 15 minutes, or just over 15 minutes to do it. Drop Bear have only got to make it home now from this point, and they should be right.
These guys just got to keep doing what they're doing, and luck shines out that once Cameron at number 1, then 2's still a good.
I think P2 is very commendable, especially because it's their first race in the GTP. Like, the previous 2 or 3 rounds they've been in the GT, in the Ferrari. They changed to the GTP when the Cadillac came out. And, you know, they gave up all of their GT points for that. But it seems to all be worth it now, because they're on their way to a P2 finish in class and also overall.
Yep.
And I don't think they could really ask for a better way to start off their GTP campaign in SIMSA for this year.
And, you know, the best thing, they've just been consistent. They haven't been the fastest on track, but they've just been consistent.
And they've really only made one mistake. Now, if they hadn't made that mistake, the gap would probably be a bit closer. But again, it wasn't a race-ending mistake. It was probably a little bit of a wake-up call just to say, hey, take it a little bit easy. You've got to make it to the end if you want to finish where you are. So they're doing a very, very good job to do that. And just to try and get there is, it's highly commendable to keep it this clean for this long.
And that great pit stop.
Oh, yeah.
Just well called. Oh, this will be close. Not sure the Porsche even knows he's there.
A cheeky little flash there. That could have been some mind game, or maybe a bit of team tactics there from Daniel Yeaman, just trying to stop him from catching his teammate in P1.
He's lost a blood.
I don't think it really did much for him, though. I mean, it's not that it's really going to matter. I mean, the only way that Cameron and Drop Bear are going to lose this race is if they have a crash or they get a drive-through. Now, even if they get a drive-through and they come out behind the LCR car, these guys have got the pace to put the pressure on them and to get the move done. So, you know, anything could happen. We're only 10 minutes away from... What'd you say?
Don't blow engines?
They can, but it's unlikely. it would take engine damage to do that.
Okay. Yep.
Especially in this short of a time span. As third place has come back into the pits once again.
It's going
For
to
some reason, I don't know why.
look at that.
So they've come in. They took a pit stop before.
This is something.
Maybe, I don't know what's happened. It hasn't said anything. Is that an incident? Maybe they had a drive-through or something before. I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, I mean, this car now, they are literally only 10 minutes away from no more safety cars, and they're only 15 minutes away from taking victory. So if they can just keep it clean and keep circulating, they're going to be fine. We're actually going to do more than 100 laps today.
Initially, I thought maybe 110, but
I think 110, ooh, it might be 110 actually. It's about a minute and a half lap time, 15 minutes left. Yeah, probably about 110. Lap 100 now though of this race. Good to see it click over into the triple digits. As they come up through the uphill sweeper. But it has been just an incredible performance for them all day. I mean, they've been super consistent, super quick, and have led from the front the whole way in this race.
got number one in his car.
Number one is the position that he's in, and
Been
that's
there all
why.
day.
So that's a lit up position. So these, well, the GTs now have the window one, for example. This tells you their position that they're in. The GTPs have it on the side of their car. So that updates wherever they are. So they have number one. LCR will have 02 on the back of their car. There it is. Kyle saying he's rooting for LCR.
Where are fans going to be able to hear you this season?
So, well, obviously, with SIMSA, so there will be, I think, 4 races this season, this iRacing season. So, Mosport, Lime Rock, Road America, and VIR. Actually, there might be 4, there might be 5. Let me check. Let me double check the calendar so I can tell everyone what are upcoming races this iRacing season. So, yeah, so Mosport in a month's time on July 29th, Lime Rock, August 19th, Road America September 2nd, and Virginia September 23rd. I think the season will end before September 23rd. So Road America, Lime Rock, and Mosport for SIMSA. Of course, SRW TV Wednesday night F3s with Cowie, and then of course VA Veterans Split 2 broadcast Sunday nights. The old reliable. Although one of the races will have to take place on Monday night, unfortunately, for the broadcast, but that's the only one at this stage that would have to change days because I won't be home to do it. But apart from that, those are the places you can find me. If you need a broadcaster and you want to organise to try and get me on a broadcast, then you can find me on, well, obviously our Infinity Events Discord. You can also find me in the Vets Discord if you're in there. You can also find me on Instagram if I can find what my at is. I think it's at @HM_injection, so INJEXION. Yep, HM_INJEXION. You can follow me on there, shoot me a message if you want me to do some broadcasting for you. We can discuss all the details about that. Pretty much every day is free apart from Wednesday and Sunday. And then obviously during the day, one day out of the month on a Saturday. So if it's like a Friday night or a Tuesday night or something, then I can do an event then. So yeah, it's where you can find me for all of those. Or you could also contact the Infinity Broadcasting YouTube channel as well. Just shoot a message to it.
Very good. Are you looking forward to another busy season?
I am. Looking forward to F3s again. They actually had a really good season last time out. I do have to send the last race that we filmed for it to them to upload because I wasn't able to do it live. but I have actually recorded it. I'm also really excited for Vets. 3rd season doing Vets. A lot of the regular names are back from those who moved up into Split 1 or down into Split 2 last season, so a lot of them are back in the series. A lot of new faces as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun to call, and I think it's going to be a really, really close season once again. Also
I hope
a lot of,
we keep that continuity in Split 2 that we had in the last 2 seasons as we've all sort of got closer and closer with each other.
yeah.
Seen racing last season.
Yeah, I think yeah, if it can stay as good as it has been, then it's going to be a lot of fun to call it once again. I have a lot of fun calling the broadcast, especially because of the people who get into the chat and have a chat to me while I broadcast it. You know, that's the real beauty about doing it on a replay file, is the viewership is the people who race in the series, so they can't watch it if I do it on Thursday night live, but being able to watch it on a Sunday night, they can then all get in the chat, talk about their race, talk about how they felt about the track. And it's not just Split 2 drivers, it's Split 3, Split 1. Some of the family members of the drivers get in there as well. I know Andrew Hoffman's son gets into the chat from time to time and has a chat to us about it. So it's a fun series to call, and it has made for some really wild moments, especially at Long Beach. But yeah, I think it's a great season to watch, and I know that all the people in our team have a lot of fun racing in it as well, so which is good.
I think the banter is the best thing.
Yeah. I think obviously you have your people who take it real seriously, but then there's people who take it seriously, but they know that you can have a bit of a laugh about it as well, which is good. So I think all of it in and again, I know I spoke about in my first season the sense of community in Vets, of how good it is. Well, it's only amped up the longer I've been involved with Vets and the longer I've been broadcasting it.
What do you think about this here, Hank? Do you think you should just let him go?
Well, they're not really fighting for position at the moment. He doesn't have to let him go.
A lot of pressure on him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it probably would just be better just to let him go, but the problem is if he lets him go, he might try and hold him up so then he can't close the gap at all.
Gotcha.
But the gap's expanding anyway, so
Yeah.
it's that juggling act that we talk about a lot of
Kind of
what's
stuff.
beneficial.
Yeah, on the bus stop, which has dropped him a little bit. But at one stage, I thought, oh, he's a bit close. Even there, he's getting close to. I'd be inclined to let him go, but you're right. You've got that point of, I let you go, you're then going to hold me up in the other corners. So. Situation.
It'll be interesting to see what he does here. We are only a couple of moments away from 5 minutes left to the end. So not long to go now. We might just sit with the leader, see how he does across the final couple of minutes. Back here of Greg Barber, the leader of the amateur class right now. He's going to come round 6 minutes to go of this race. I actually don't, we're not going to get to lap 1010. I think we might, or 110, I think we might get to, what do you reckon? Lap 108, 109, roughly. I think should be the limit on how far we actually get.
Oh, when you're, in this situation, just sort of counting.
Oh yeah, you kind of get to that final half an hour and you're doing lap after lap and you're like, right, there's only so long to go now.
Like me, you get the sand down and you get the white flag, and in your mind you think, oh, that's a checkered flag, and you slow down. Slow down, go.
But yeah, I think these guys they're true professionals in terms of keeping it tidy, keeping it clean, and keeping it fast. But they'll get to the final 5 minutes and they'll go, right, there's only a couple more laps left. We can do this. Not long to go now. It's not as big of an effect when it's compared to a big race, when it's like a 12 or a 24 hour and you get to that final 5 minutes, it feels like it's taking forever.
But
But
seriously, we haven't been following Cameron, but I haven't seen him put a yet.
he hasn't, and he never does. Really, like I don't think I've actually seen him have a major moment thus far this season. I don't even think Sam has, his regular teammate. These guys are very talented and they're very committed to staying consistent, which is really good. So, I mean, they are at the top of their class for a reason, and they are leading the championship for a reason. So, you know, this is the upper echelon sort of level of driver that we want involved in the series. We want it to be highly competitive, and we want people to have fun racing, you know, and having people like Cameron, like Sam Battier, like Sebastian Flock, you know, all those sorts of guys. It's good to have them involved because they are high-level drivers. And
To clarify, you don't need them all to be that level, do you?
no, you don't. But it's still good. Like the pro class, if it was just filled with high-level, quite famous in Australian iRacing standards level of drivers, then it adds that echelon of how, you know, much of a sort of how well this championship is considered or how competitive it's considered.
Yeah, I still think you need a good split across all levels because then that brings up the lower levels.
Yeah, you do, of course. I think I think the amateur class needs a good spread.
Yeah.
And then also GTPs needs a good spread as well. Obviously, you'll still have your people that dominate, but I think if you can have like 3 or 4 cars that are about the same pace at the top of the level, and then you have another 3 or 4 cars about the same pace that are a bit slower, and then another 3 or 4 cars, you then get these nice little battles. And what can then lead to happening is you can either have crashes or mistakes happen.
Supposed to be grass, that green staining on the track.
Yeah, I think it's grass that's been dragged onto the track. It must have been whenever they scanned it. Maybe they mowed the lawn and the grass was on the tarmac.
Ah! We had Andrew there or Kyle there in the Ferrari at the time.
Yeah.
I think we gave the award to Kyle today, didn't we? Jim's-
Yeah. At the moment, Kyle's got it, I think. At least the Infinity car has it right now.
So, yeah, he must have been there the day they scanned the track.
But I think at this stage we should only have 2 laps to go of this race. We're edging closer and closer to only 2 minutes to the final hour of proceedings. So
So 3 hours plus 1 lap?
no, it'll be if it's like within a lap's distance of 3 hours, that'll be the final lap.
Yep.
At least that's normally what we do. It's a bit hard to do 3 hours plus 1 lap because if it's 3 hours and they cross the line, they get to check it automatically. So
Righto.
we kind of just call it of like when it's within a lap of the end, or within like a lap time distance of the end, and that's normally the final lap. But we'll see how it plays out. If he comes home with 1.5 minutes left, then that'll be considered, I assume, the final lap, which it does appear he will. But we will also get the confirmation when the checkered flag goes up for on the graphics on screen as well. So not long to go for him now. Both him and Daniel have had a very strong race so far, and they have not put a foot wrong all day. Crosses the line. Yep, white flag lap. I saw Barney up on the stand.
Yeah.
So this should be the final lap of the race.
You call him Barney? I thought he was Freddie Flag.
Nah, I get Barney from SIW. They all call him Barney, so yeah, I've just kind of I've just taken it.
Yeah.
So a dominating and impressive performance all day for this car. Once again, they are just a cut above the rest. He's just hanging it out sideways, hanging it out wide. He's just hanging to get to the checkered flag. What was that, sorry?
Mark Scaife right outside ways.
Oh yeah, right out sideways.
And he's not game good either. Easy to lose it there.
Oh yeah. So easy to lose it there, and one that you just want to avoid at all costs.
Yeah, a little bit, no.
He's only got 3 corners left to go. Make it 2. And I mean, what a performance it has been from not only Drop Bear, but Daniel Benefield and Cameron Dance. They will come round the final corner. And in dominating fashion, in Cadillac's debut, they take the win here at Watkins Glen. LCR on their way as well, though, to a very tasty P2 finish. We'll follow
awesome.
them around for a moment here.
This will be awesome.
I know Crummy will be incredibly happy if these guys can pull this off. Only a handful of corners to go.
Hey, how many laps down were they at one stage?
I think they were only 1 or 2.
Still a great
Just
effort.
to claw it back.
Great effort.
CXR have crossed the line, so they will now finish in P4 for the GTP as well. 4 laps down off the leader. Really good to see them, though, still circulating. But LCR will round the corner in
Great
their
job.
GTP debut. They will take P2 today for Luke Crum Racing. That was a fair effort from them. Drop Bear finish in 3rd with Bowler Media. CXR take victory in the amateur class. Evolution Racing Team take victory in the pro class. It was a great race day by all. A great race for everyone involved. And just, it's good to see a different team winning every single class instead of the same team just dominating across the board. Not that I don't like to see that. That's obviously incredibly impressive, but it's good to see a couple of different teams get up there and prove how good they are.
It's great to see how well they've adapted to that GTP car as well. That they're running for in Ferrari.
So we will bring up the race results. First up for the GTPs, there you see it. Drop Air Motorsport win outright ahead of LCR Esports, Drop Air Motorsport, Bowler Media, and then Crisscross Racing number 93 in P4. And then for the pros, Evolution Racing Team beat out both of the Drop Bear Motorsport Pro cars to come home in P1 for the GTD Pros and GTD overall. And then for the amateurs, CXR finished 1-2 with Infinity Motorsport coming home in a very impressive debut podium in the GTD class. Unfortunately, Risket Motorsport being our only non-finisher here today, they were unable to continue on after Bocane had a wheel issue. A real shame for them, but they still managed to put in an impressive race nonetheless, even with that happening. So there's our overall finishing positions. We'll see if anyone comes into the green room for a chat. If they do,
Hey.
then we will interview them.
Great to see. What do we have? 11 or 12 to 11 guys turn up.
11 drivers turn up, which is good to see.
And actually, that'd be 22 because we had.
Yep, 22 drivers, 11 cars. So if this was a sprint series, we would at least have a field of 22 drivers.
Yep. Good.
Which is really, really good to see. So we'll see if any of them come in here. It is 3:30. I think it was a good race. It was good that we still ran the race today, obviously at a shorter distance. Instead of 5 hours, we went for 3. But I think it still lended itself well. I think 3 hours was a good limit for this level of field. And obviously, if anyone wants to get involved in the series, the link to the Discord is in the live chat of this stream. So if you actually go to the live chat replay, you will find the link to the Discord. I will also put it in there before I actually end the stream. So then, it is available to everyone. We have got Lachlan Capel, Greg Barber, and Sebastian Flock in there. So Capel and Flock from Evolution Racing Team and Greg Barber from CXR. So we'll drag those boys in.
We thought we were okay without the safety car laps, but yeah.
Hello, Greg Barber from Crisscross Racing, and hello to Sebastian Flock and Lachlan Cable from Evolution Racing Team. really, really good to chat to all you boys right now. Massive congratulations to all three of you on your class victories, respectively, in each of your cars. Greg, we'll start with you, mate. I mean, that was a pretty tidy race from you in the Beamer, and you boys once again just getting up there and having a really, really good performance.
Yeah, the Beamer was good. We made some little changes to the setup overnight, and yeah, it was just really consistent through a whole stint. Tyson was able to save in the train, was able to save a fair amount of rubber early, and that kind of extended that stint. I think with a little bit of pace at the end there against these guys, and then sort of set up the rest of the race from there.
I mean, you guys have had great pace all season. I mean, to get a 1-2 finish in the amateur class and also to finish second outright in the GTDs is quite commendable, especially because those drop bear cars have had a lot of pace in the pro class. Evolution come in and dominate it against those guys. I mean, how does it feel for not only you personally, but also for CXR to actually get a one-up on them and to finish ahead of them overall in a GTD?
Yeah, it feels really good. A little bit surprised, actually. I noticed they've switched to the new Porsche, which we were considering doing, and I said, oh, let's just do one more in the Beamer. And yeah, I don't know, the Seb and Lockie will probably be able to tell you. It looked like the Porsche was just chewing its tyres a little bit throughout the stint, so we're able to kind of take advantage of that and just sort of look after our rubber and make sure that we had a consistent pace.
Very good. Well, I mean, it was a great race. I look forward to seeing what you guys can do at Mosport in a month's time. Let us know who's showing you guys the support out there, and anyone else you want to give a shout out to.
Yeah, Jennifer Russell Real Estate, Shunt Scenery, June Designs, and Palmerston Bakery, Poolmaster Bayside. Thanks for their support throughout all the series that we run, and yeah, we'll see. Can't wait to see you at Mosport.
Very good, Greg. Well, thanks for having a chat to me, mate. Really appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, Game Changer. Didn't mention Game Changer.
Oh, that's all right, mate.
Thank you. That was the other one.
All right. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Nice.
Lachlan and Sebastian on debut here in SIMSA. You guys rock up and you just blow the field away and take a win. I mean, what an impressive performance for you guys and for Evolution.
Yeah. You go, Seb.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We had a bit of unfortunate luck in the 6 hour last week, so we thought may as well come and sort of redeem ourselves a bit and see what we could do better. And yeah, it all worked out really well. Some great pace by Lockie and sort of figured out tyre wear towards the end. And yeah, it all went well.
I mean, you guys are both, very highly rated Australian iRacing drivers. I guess you can call yourselves redeemed because not only do you take an overall victory in GCDs, even though it's not scored for overall, it is bragging rights in the day, but you also take a win on debut for Evolution Racing Team in the pro class. I mean, yes, it would have been nice to have more pro drivers out there, but I mean, to beat those drop bear boys who have been absolutely dominant all season, that's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, it definitely does feel good. It's a bit of a deja vu moment considering only a month ago I was on Drop Bear and then I moved over to ERT to drive with Seb here today. But yeah, the win does feel pretty good. As Seb said, it's just a bit of sort of good feelings after the whole 6 hour drama and we got killed by the 6K leading LMDH. So yeah, happy with our pace and we kind of just got to show what we were actually able to do. It was very interesting as well, the end with Crisscross and them being able to manage tyres just better than we were. But I think the early on sort of push from me allowed us to just get away a little bit before they caught up in tyre wear.
Well, so is this a permanent change for you now, Lachlan? Like, are you now a permanent Evolution driver, or was this only a one-off for you?
No. This is definitely permanent. I've been driving the V8s with the guys as well, so big change for me. But a very welcome and good change, and happy to be a part of the team.
Very good, boys. Well, thanks for coming to have a chat to us. Let us know who's supporting you guys out there and who's supporting your team, and anyone else you want to give a shout out to as well. You guys can do so.
Well, I want to thank Lockie for racing today. First of all, it was good fun. And yeah, just thanks to ERT and all the guys. They put in a lot of work most days, and yeah, to our sponsors, Logitech G, and Soldier On. And thanks to you guys also for putting today on. It was short numbers, but it was still good fun to race.
Very good, boys. Well, thank you so much for showing up and for racing as well. I hope to see you guys out at Mosport in a month's time, and hopefully even for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Boys. Very good to talk to our GT class winners. We are going to drag in P2 in the GTP class and P1. Oh, well, a representative of P1 at least, Daniel Yamin for Drop Air Motorsport. I will start with the LCR boys, though. On debut in the GTP class, I mean, chop and jai, that's got to feel pretty good to come out in P2, eh?
Yeah, no, it feels really good considering the I ratings we're up against.
I mean, that initial little splash and dash right at the start off the first safety car, we were trying to figure out what's the plan going to be now. I mean, how's the strategy going to play out? But you guys kept it consistent pretty much all day. I mean, apart from a little mistake from you, Jai, after one of your pit stops, you guys were just on the straight and narrow pretty much the whole way, and it's paid off for both of you here to come out in P2.
Yeah, no, pretty much with any enduros, we kind of seem to just race the race and not really worry about anyone else because you got to kind of beat the track before you can think about beating anyone else. But yeah, a few things went our way and a couple of little mistakes on my part, but still managed to hold on to P2 at the end of it.
I mean, I guess, you know, you guys obviously you chose on the Cadillac as your GTP car for this season now. Was it just because it was the brand new car and it feels a little bit nicer than the Beamer, or what was kind of the reasoning for choosing the Caddy over the Beamer?
I might hand that one over to Chop, that question.
Well, one we wanted to do. We did the Daytona 24 in the Beamer, and was pretty competitive in that. We had a good strong finish in that there, and then we went to I think it was Sebring. We had an all right go there as well, and then we just did the 6 hour and had a good result there in the Caddy. And we're like, well, since we're already basically driven the Caddy at the 6 hour, might as well keep with that and stick it out here. But we had to ask Jack because we weren't sure because of our I rating cap if we was actually allowed to drive the GTPs. So
Yeah,
I messaged him and he said it was fine. So we made the switch.
Yeah, it's only the pro class that we cap it in. The GTPs are pretty much fair game in terms of I rating and stuff like that. So, but you guys did really well. Big congratulations to you on your P2 today. Let us know who's supporting you out there. Any of your sponsors, anyone you want to give a shout out to. You guys can do so now.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to everyone back at LCR Esports, supporting us in everything that we do. Chops Mobile Tech Support, Inside Lane Productions, New Holland, Staunch Bull Bars, HM Mechanical, On Track Ag, JTH Signs, Brian's Car Care, Cafe Roubaix, and also just a quick little shout out to JDRF and Diabetes Australia for everything that they do as well.
Big shout out to the most famous man in the 8-6 field, Luke Crum, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Cheers, Crummy. Please don't get angry.
Big old Crum dog. All right, well, thanks for coming to have a chat to us today, boys. Massive congrats on a P2 and look forward to seeing what you can do out at Mosport.
Cheers, boys.
Well, Daniel Yamin, another race and another victory for Drop Bear Motorsport. Although this one, I mean, it seemed easy for you, but then again, there were a couple of moments out there that made us question what was going to happen.
Yeah, thanks, Hamish. I mean, yeah, Cam and Dan this time in the 296 prototype out front, they felt pretty comfortable. They'd done running for the Watkins 6 hour a couple of weeks back. And yeah, I mean, safety cars obviously mean that you reset the field a couple of times there and give everyone another crack at it. but all in all, had the pace to walk away from the field today. As small as it was, which was a bit unfortunate. And I mean, yeah, on one hand, yeah, great race for them. Lockhart and Sam, new car for us. Sort of bring Lockhart onto the team recently. Unfortunately, had a couple of hardware problems for him in that other prototype, so that unfortunately got them stuck a lap down there in the middle part of the race. They couldn't get back. And GT definitely a mixed bag on the one hand. My car, yeah, just with the whole with the issues around incident points here in the server today, just went the wrong way with them in the opening part of the race. And by the time that we were notified, that they'd be manually enforced, we were way too dangerous. And despite the fact that I did what I could, still pick one up here, one up there. You cross the limit eventually far too quickly for your own liking. So mixed bag all in all for the team. But look, on one hand, we had cars doing the right thing. On the other hand, hardware problems. On the other hand, it was making errors with the procedure again. So yeah, that is what it is.
I think, I mean, obviously we kind of our hand was almost forced to make a last minute decision on what we wanted to do with the race. So I think 5 hours might have been a bit too long for the size of the field we have, and it is unfortunate that we couldn't get more drivers in. I was hoping to get more in for this race at least, because it was going to be one of the longer ones, but hopefully we can get consistent numbers again throughout the Grand Prix leading up to Petit Le Sim at the end of the season. But I think it's really good though that we've at least had those consistent entries, with you guys and with CXR and a couple of other drivers as well who've at least showed up for every round and are committed to showing up every round and supporting the series in that sense, which is massively appreciated from myself and Jack across the board for those people who do show up. And obviously we want to try and get more people in the series as well and get people who are signed up to show up more consistently. But it's just one of the things that I guess you come across when you're running a series.
In many respects, yeah, it's a perennial challenge to make something work for everyone to be sort of happy and get people keen. I mean, on the one hand, yeah, I guess there's little things like trying to figuring out ways to promote the series best. Like in that particular instance, pardon me, some fiddling stuff in the background, but I guess like drivers being keen to race as well is always a challenge, and it's something that you have to figure out. So for us, it's a chance for us to make sure that we're staying fresh and getting laps in on the regular. So at the least that's a positive. But yeah, I think definitely some concerns from a couple of drivers today, given that it was going to be a longer race, and even felt a little long at times when things weren't quite going the way we'd like. But hopefully we'll still keep a couple of cars going and work and move on forward, and hopefully see a few more cars along the way as well.
Very good, mate. Well, let us know who's giving you guys the support out there, and anyone else you want to give a shout out to as well. We'd love to hear it.
Yep, to all the boys who raced today, Drop Bear, as well as everyone else in the team. Just thanks to them for being part of the team and still trusting in Tom and I for running the joint. To the team partners in Coast Engineering Solutions, Bowler Media, a new photography partner, replacing Sam Blacklock Media going forward, as well as Hybrid Racing Simulations, Revolution Race Gear. Not to Beyond Blue has been on most of the cars still as well. Otherwise, look, despite the struggles, thanks for putting on the series, guys. It's good to be able to run around a little bit, because it's something I don't do enough of every now and again. That's what it feels like. So fingers crossed for Moss Sport can hopefully get something right going forward here at least.
Yeah, I hope so too. Well, thanks so much, mate, for coming to have a chat to us. Thank you for your insight as well, and good luck to all of Drop Bear for not only the rest of the season, but for Mo Sport in a month's time.
Cheers, Hamish, and see you back in a little bit.
Thanks, mate. Well then, William, what a day of racing it was. Questionable on what we were going to have as our racing limit, whether it was going to be 5 hours or 3 hours, but at the end of the day, we were still able to run the race. It was still an interesting race, and there were still some highlights and moments throughout regardless.
So I was trying to read between what Daniel was saying there. Were they disappointed it was cut back, or were they disappointed with the way some of the other drivers were driving?
I think they're they're a little bit disappointed with how things are run sometimes, or also disappointed with the fact that there wasn't enough drivers in the session, or at least we didn't really get the numbers that we wanted. And then obviously we had to change it at the last minute. When we did change it at the last minute, unfortunately there was a mistake made with the incident limit for the actual session. What we're going to have to do now is we're going to put a feeler out to see how many people we're actually going to get for the upcoming round before it actually happens, so we know if it's going to be run or not. Obviously we want to be able to get as many people involved as possible, because it's going to lead to better racing.
Yeah, have a pre-entry for each round.
Yeah.
And with entries closing a week out, then you can decide what you do with that round. But again, maybe in between weeks, maybe run that the what were you calling the Grand Prix?
The sprint series. Yeah.
Series, maybe run that and find out what they prefer. Do they want the longer races or do they want the sprint races?
Yeah.
You know, I know we get a mix in some of the other leagues where some people hate the longer races, where I tend to like the longer races, but I enjoy the sprint races just as well. You know.
Well then, we appreciate everyone who watched today's race. We appreciate everyone who has been supporting the series throughout the year. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button, hit the bell as well, so you are notified whenever we go racing every month here for SIMSA. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you getting into the chat as well. I also appreciate Will for getting in here, having a chat with me throughout the race and making the last 3 hours a little bit easier. I've been Hamish Monroe. This has been SIMSA, the 2023 season, round 5. A bit of a caveat though, Watkins Glen 3 hour, not 5 hour. Thank you for your time. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time for 2 hours 40 minutes du Canada at Mosport for the next Grand Prix.